Front matter of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. Front matter, Epigraph and Introduction. The lad I love is a soldier lad. Hey ho, never be sad, never be sad. He's sailed away far over the sea, he's sailed away to fight for me, for his king and his country over the sea. And maybe some day he'll come back to me, my soldier lad. Hey ho, never be sad. Jessie's Song from Browney Boy. Introduction. The sketches and stories in this little volume must be read as fiction, but they are all, or nearly all, founded on fact and built up from scenes and incidents I myself either witnessed or heard first hand during my sojourn in France and Flanders as special correspondent for a London morning newspaper. Private Pinkerton I met in the flesh several times, a gallant young English gentleman, if there ever was one, a cool and clever fighter, a dead shot, but shy as a schoolgirl when it came to the telling of his own adventures. I have rarely met a millionaire so engaging, so kindly, so well loved by the boys, but so courageous withal. Of course, Pinky is not his real name. The tale of Browney Boy is a true tale. Pinky related it to me at the lad's funeral, when, under the soft sunshine of a perfect summer's day, they laid him to rest, and the village schoolchildren strewed wild flowers upon his grave. Signed, Harold Ashton, Hampstead, 1916. End of front matter. Section 1 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1. The Idyll of Skeleton Tree. "You're booked relief sniper for Windy Nook," said the Major, handing Private Pinkerton his orders. "Very well, sir," replied Private Pinkerton, saluting stiffly. A thrill ran down his spine. He breathed quickly and felt himself swaying slightly as his heels clicked to the salute. Relief for Windy Nook. It seemed too good to be true. This was the first big job for Pinkerton of the something rifles. Pinky at Eton, Pinky at Oxford, and Pinky still in the great world at home, away in dear old Blighty, where he was a millionaire, with castles and deer forests and salmon streams and all that sort of thing to play with. And, strange to say, Pinky yet again in the rough and tumble, the mud and dust, the desperation and death of Flanders. Just a grizzle-haired, grimy-faced private, with never a soul dreaming of his identity. Still Pinky. "That's Windy Nook," continued the Major, indicating with a flick of his hand a sort of greyish promontory on the horizon, topped by a skeleton tree. "And that's your tree. Twig it? Sniper Smithson's been there for some days now. Solitary confinement. Potton the Prussian perisher. But since lunchtime there's been no sign of Smithsonian activity. He may be oversleeping himself, or he may be. Quite so, sir. Private Pinkerton nodded. Another thrill trickled. He looked across to Windy Nook with increased interest, proprietorial interest. A German howitzer shell burst smack over the tree at that very instant. The ragged skeleton seemed to shiver and shrug its naked shoulders under the detonation. "A hot shop," said the Major. "Eh, what? Well, good luck and good hunting." Private Pinkerton waited until moonrise to make his journey to Windy Nook, for daylight travelling in that region meant certain death. The moon was near the full, misty and uncanny in the ghostly light she shed, and now and again entirely blotted out in a moving curtain of sombre cloud. The trenches, German and British alike, were shrouded in a miasmic film, which made of this grim acreage a goblin land for demon happenings. Just the night for a trip to Windy Nook. And so to Skeleton Tree, Private Pinkerton, millionaire, crawled and crept and crouched, with one of his spare socks (he had but 2 pairs in the wide, wide world) wrapped round the lock of his rifle to keep the damp out, his bandolier stuffed with cartridges, his tucker slung at his shoulder, and something — he couldn't for the moment make out what — something hard in his inside pocket, against which his heart was beating — dum 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 — like the thud of a drum. Half-way to the tree he rested for a spell, and listened again to the drumming of his heart. It wasn't funk or fright or fear. Private Pinkerton was just tuned up to concert pitch, that's all. A full orchestra of sensations was alive inside him. The band was playing, the overture to the grand opera of Windy Nook was racing, allegro. But the drum, the big drum, was a little too persistent, so he shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled it out. It was his cheque book. What earthly right had a common trench Tommy with a cheque book, except for drawing a blank cheque on the bank of paradise, or perdition? Anyway, you never know your luck in this dismantled world. So Private Pinkerton, with a grim chuckle to himself, stowed the book away in an easier pocket, and crawled on under the shifting light of the moon. Dawn, cold and grey, was breaking as he reached Skeleton Tree. The country all around was bleached and desolate. Not a sound. Not a movement. Not even the squeal of a shell or the snarl of a rifle to break the spell. Skeleton Tree leaned over in the half-light like an old, old man with nutcracker jaws, decrepit and palsied. Up in the branches there was a smudge of something, dimly visible. Whether human or not, living or dead, Private Pinkerton could not for the life of him tell. So he climbed the tree to make sure. In the increasing light, the smudge materialised into something definite, a swaddle of khaki lying along the lower limb, a pale face, a limp hand with a smear of blood across the back of it, a rusted rifle, and, just below, a little heap of empty cartridge cases. "Is that you, Smithson?" "It's all right, friend. I'm your relief, if you are Smithson." "Yes." A hoarse whisper came from one end of the heap of khaki. "Have you brought any ammunition? I'm clean out, jist my blasted luck. Plugged one of the blighters with my last cartridge, but I showed too much of myself, and the sausage he let fly at the same time." "Got you?" "Yes, and not half got me neither, mate. Pipped. Done in, mate. Wallop through the lung. I've spit about a quart of blood already. There's a pool down there nigh big enough to sail a toy boat in. You'll be able to see it when it gets a bit lighter. Heave up alongside. There's room enough for two. Two's company, mate. There never was a truer word spoke than that. Have you got a drop of suffin to drink? I'm that dry, I could swig a ditchful." Private Pinkerton crawled up the rough trunk and lay down by the side of Sniper Smithson, giving him the drink his soul was craving for. "Anything I can do for you?" It was quite clear that the man was dying, quite clear, too, that he himself knew it. "You have friends at home? If I can do you a little—" "Yes, you can, mate. Lie still beside me and keep your eyes skinned for that tuft of reeds over there. You'll see it clear enough as soon as the sun gets up. The gent what did me in is still there, and he pulls a very pretty trigger, so look out. Plug him and I'll die happy, mate. In about an hour, I shall last till then if I lie still and breathe judicious. I'll show you him. Another drop, for Gord's sake." "Thanks. You're a pal. The right sort. I'd like to have just one more go at him myself, if only the sun would hurry up. But it seems to be getting darker instead of lighter, and I'm dog tired, mate. Dog tired." "Then lie still and go to sleep for a spell, old pal," said Private Pinky, making a pillow with his arm for the dying soldier, and speaking softly and soothingly. "Don't you worry about our friend over there. I'll settle his hash right enough. I'm pretty nippy with the rifle, though I'd prefer a rocketing pheasant and a dose of No. 3 any day. But that chap over there's a sitter, and I'll plug him, you bet." "Pheasants?" murmured the dying man. "The long-tails? My word, mate, that doesn't half remind me of 'em. Thornycroft and the Drive, the finest poachin' pitch in the whole of Norfolk." "Thornycroft? The Drive?" cried the millionaire. "Why, that's my. He paused, as a vision of the old days flashed into his mind. Smithson. That name came back, too. That mean little poacher with the ferret eye, who could hit anything with his old breech loader. A wild, hopeless rascal, but adored by his mother, as all wild, hopeless rascals are. Smithson, by gum! The weak whisper of Sniper Smithson broke into his meditations. "You're part of the world too, mate. You know Thorny?" "Yes, mate, I know Thorny." "Ever poached the Drive?" "No such luck, mate." replied the millionaire with a sigh. You can't very well poach on your own preserves. I own the show. The whole bloomin' show, mate. The whole bloomin' show, mate. Well, I'm... The dying soldier laughed. It was a wan spectre of a laugh. What are you laughing at? Asked Private Pinkerton, as he wiped the damp lips of the man lying in his arms. At you and me together in this schmozzle, mate. A cock pheasant and a cock sparrow roosting in the same old tree. It'd make a hedgehog laugh. Go to sleep, old chap, said Pinkerton. I'll call you at sunrise, and then we can both have a go at the beggar over there. All right, matey, and don't forget. And as Sniper Smithson slept, like a tired child in its mother's arms, the sun rose in a blaze of splendour. In the light of it, Private Pinkerton softly disengaged his arm, pulled out the cheque-book, and inscribed carefully therein, worldly solace for the old mother of the sinner who lay by his side, doubtless dreaming of the long tales and the old sweet wickednesses of Thornycroft and the Drive. He folded the cheque, addressed it distinctly. He was a careful, methodical millionaire, as most of them are, and stowed it away for safety in an inner pocket. In case, he said, as he peered through the branches at the tuft of reeds across the way, in case the beggar who pipped my mate should pip me. By God, there he is! There was a slight movement in the reed tuft. A head, a German head and no more, appeared. Private Pinkerton took a long, steady sight under the sunshine. Bang! Got him! Certain you've pipped him? It was the voice of Sniper Smithson, a lazy, half-awake voice. You might have called me, mate. Lie still, old bird. No need to worry any longer. It's all serene, said Private Pinkerton. I ain't worryin', whispered the soldier. I'm only laughin'. Tell the boys when you get back. Tell 'em with my compliments. It's a damn funny world. And, so saying, Sniper Smithson passed out of it. That concludes Chapter 1 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 2 The Battle of the Bagpipes. Hot, dusty and tired, the patrol party, headed by Sergeant Major Singleton, who was known as Pants, because his name happened to suggest something in the underwear line, crowded into the small estaminet in the little old Norman village of Borre, and called lustily for beer. The landlady, a fat motherly dame, kissed the whole lot affectionately, beginning with Pants and finishing up with a left and right upon the blushing cheeks of Private Pinkerton, brought out the foaming tankards and surrendered joyfully. The surrender was necessary. This estaminet was needed urgently for the billet of Captain Crabtree, who would be along presently. And Captain Crabtree's compliments, he was very hungry, in fact, born hungry. Could Madame oblige by laying in a stock of new-laid eggs? Ah oui, Madame would be charmed. Her whole farmyard was at the disposal of the grand heroes of the British Army. She flung open the back door. There entered a lively chorus of cackles, quacks, crows, chucks and clucks. "Look and listen, messieurs. My poultry even now seem to know what is required of them. They are laying their hardest. Le chair, poulet, tiens." "Bong!" said the Sergeant Major. "And hasten you, mon petit," went on the buxom dame, turning to Pinkerton. "Hasten you amidst the feathered choristers and collect their tribute whilst it is still warm. Meanwhile, messieurs, I will set about preparing the house. Allons." The millionaire had collected his capful of what he considered to be the newest of the new lades, and was stepping very carefully toward the estaminet again, when earthquake and eclipse burst all around him. The roof of the henhouse collapsed with the clatter of smashed crockery. Something whistled over his head like the noise of a mighty rushing wind, and what a moment before had been the happiest poultry run in northern France was now a pitiful hash of blood and feathers. Most of the flower of Madame's gallant flock had laid their last egg in this world. A German shell had wrought this havoc. Of the more fragile shells which Pinkerton carried into the house, not one was even cracked. There were no raw edges to Pinky's nerve yet. "Did I hear something break outside?" inquired the Sergeant Major with his flagon at half cock. "Yes, sir," replied Pinkerton. "Not the captain's eggs, I trust? It wasn't omelettes he said he wanted, but eggs. Heggs, Private Pinkerton." "Here they are, sir, intact," said Private Pinkerton, placing the cap down on the table very tenderly. "And that little disturbance in the backyard?" "Germans, sir." "Just like their infernal cheek," muttered the Sergeant Major, "after our captain's lightly boiled 2½ minuters." He finished his ale and strode out into the dismantled backyard to reconnoitre. "Yes," he said on his return, "Germans right enough, coming up hand over hand to steal a march on us." "Many, sir?" "Only about 1,500,000," replied Sergeant Major Singleton casually. "I don't know whether to stay here and hold the blighters," he gazed half doubtfully upon the 7 stalwarts gathered around him, "or whether to hexecute a strategic movement to the rear. P'raps, all things considered, we had better do a bunk. But it's a grievous shame to leave all that good beer. Madame?" "Voilà, monsieur." "Encore de la petite basse, s'il vous plaît." And, having encored to their hearts' content, the gallant little patrol stole cautiously out of the front door as another shell came up with a roar and buried itself in the great Norman tower of the adjoining church, which swallowed the pill with the ease of an elephant bolting a bun. Private Pinkerton stayed behind to cache the eggs. Then he rejoined his companions and scuttled over the crest of the hill at the very moment the enemy patrol entered the village at the other end. they took speedy and complete possession. The church tower was rigged up as a signalling station, and by the time the sun was setting in an indignant blaze of flame and fury over distant Armentières, Madame, to her intense mortification, found herself enrolled, reluctant handmaiden at the service of the brutal Boche in her own estaminet. She fed them on her own victims, the dead hens from her decimated poultry run, and as she cooked she shed tears of anger rather than grief, into the casserole. The coming night betokened riot and revelry. Silver helmets flashed, and red, fat faces glowed under the lamplight. Hocks and hicks mingled in bibulous chorus. Not so very far away, the gallant British patrol of 8 were morosely, nay, savagely, discussing the situation. They gloomed along under the fretful moonshine, seeking, and seeking vainly, for some plan whereby they might recapture the lost position, and save a few eggs to pacify the delicate palate of Captain Crabtree. Desultory fighting hereabouts during the last few days had strewn the surrounding country with some remnants, dead and alive, of the hard-pressed but unquenchable British Army. Providence directed Private Pinkerton's weary steps to one of them, a Scottish piper, of huge Goliath girth, raptly snoring amid the ruins of a pigsty, with his pipes still cuddled beneath his brawny arms, and a vast litter of empty bully tins lying around him. Ye gods, what an appetite! Mused Pinkerton, surveying with increasing wonder the empty tins. Then an idea suddenly smote him hard under the fifth rib, a wild, mad, harum-scarum idea, but an idea. He kicked the sleeping piper awake. "Jock! Jock!" he cried to the blinking giant. "Have you enough breath in that great gasometer of yours to blow like hell for the wee space o' 10 minutes? If you have, then there's a fiver for ye." "For a fiver?" replied the piper, now thoroughly awake to the situation, having been struck in his tender spot. "For a fiver? I'd blow the back o' my head awa'. Ay, and your ain to boot." "Then help me to collect some of these tins, and come along quick and join the boys. The devil's going to dance to night, laddie, and you shall lead the giddy Scottish." "Are you mad?" inquired the Scot, taking a great deep breath. "Are ye mad wi' your devil's dancin' and a' that? I'm na boon for hell, thank ye." "Raging, ramping, roaring mad," cried Pinkerton. "We're all stark staring lunatics to night, and all you've to do is to blow like mad, 'The Campbells are coming,' 'Annie Laurie,' 'Bonnie Dundee,' any old thing, as soon as you get the signal. This is going to beat cockfighting, Jock my lad. Will ye? And a £5 note into the bargain." "£1 in advance," said the cautious Highlander, "and the remainder handed over upon delivery o' the goods, and it's a bargain, hell or itherwise." Solemnly the twain shook hands on the transaction, then loaded up with empty tins and the pipes tuned for the forthcoming fray, Private Pinkerton and Piper McQuirk of the 99th Kilties sought and found the sulky patrol just as the moon was setting. By midnight the German staff, swilling in Madame's neat estaminet, had reached the solemn owlish state of drunkenness, nodding like mandarins, dribbling like babes. Most of them were too sleepy and sodden even to "strafe" the miserable Englishers. They lay back, unbuttoned and gross, snorting like pigs. Suddenly, from amongst the churchyard tombs outside, the most unearthly hubbub broke loose. Fiendish noises, never heard before or since on this earth, filled the air. Crash upon crash, clatter overwhelming clatter, yells, screams, the flickering of ghoulish lights in which ghosts danced and gibbered, and above and over all, the frantic hellish scream of 10,000 souls in writhing torment. That was the satanic bagpipe serenade of Piper McQuirk, with a pressure to the square inch behind his endeavour no piper, mortal or immortal, ever equalled before or since. Frightened out of their wits, the boozed and utterly bewildered Germans tumbled pell-mell out of the estaminet, only to meet and retreat in mortal dread from a towering spectre of the Brocken, dancing half naked in the glare, and emitting noises awful enough to make the hair of the Sphinx stand on end. In a word, Piper McQuirk earning, with magnificent endeavour, his £5 note. And behind him, Private Pinkerton clashing maniac cymbals composed of a couple of bully beef tins, supported by Sergeant Major Singleton, who simply howled and waved his long arms, and in the rear the remainder of the patrol, avenging angels piling horror upon horror with mouth organs and mutilated meat tins. It was enough. No Germans ever ran faster than these scared roisterers. Not a shot was fired on either side, but in less than 5 minutes never a Boche was left within half a mile of Borre, and a swift and scared patrol was speeding eastward to go and tell the Kaiser that the sky was falling and the end of the world at hand. Far away, the heavy artillery of both sides heard the commotion and opened fire. Boom! 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 Into the astonished night. Our brave patrol, utterly and absolutely blown, lay snug, though gasping, on their heaving bellies as the shells streaked overhead. "Jock, Jock, you've earned your fiver, if ever man did," panted Pinkerton, as the two heroes reclined side by side, waiting for the duet of shell and shrapnel to cease. "Mebbe," replied the giant Scot with a groan. "Maybe I've won the fiver, but I've lost my breeks." That concludes Chapter 2 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 1. Section 2 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3. Browney Boy. "There's a girl at home," began Browney boy. Then he sighed a portentous sigh, and carefully tore away the top of a packet of woodbines. "Ever gasper, Pink?" said he, suddenly ashamed of his streak of sentiment, and switching off the conversation into another channel. "Well?" slipped in Pinkerton encouragingly, as he accepted the gift. "And to-morrow," Browney boy took a mighty lungful of the spluttering cigarette, "to-morrow's her birthday. 19 and never been kissed except by her lovin' George and her family and relations, which don't count. When I get home again to Blighty, with half my face blowed away and the Victoria Cross, I don't think, in my left hand trouser pocket, when that miracle comes off, Pinky, Jessie and me are going to get turned off at St George's, Hanover Square, with the Hallelujah Chorus to give us a send-off and a snug little fish and chip shop to keep the happy going. However, that's neither here nor there, as the sausage said to the shell which went between his legs, and it's a long way to Tipperary, and the present problem is how to get Jess a birthday souvenir. Something bright and shiny. There's a little shop window in the Ep where we skeltered through yesterday at a hand gallop, there being Germans about, where I saw a diamond necklace ticketed up at sullen off price. 5 francs, Pinky, dirt price, even for diamonds in these days. I guess the bullet hole in the window pane sort of lowered the price. No luck, too busy to stop. But I'll be passing that way again tonight, and I'll bring the sparklers back, DV or not. Bye bye, Pinky. And now then, Ginger, hup lad, and come over. We're off on the giddy randan again. Whoa, steady, steady, old horse." Ginger whinnied lovingly, snuggling his velvet nose under his master's left ear. "Good-bye, and good luck to the burglary, Browney boy," said Pinkerton. "It's no crib-crack and eye martyr, but straight business," replied the scout, and, tightening the girths, he vaulted into the saddle and patted the arching neck of the rat-tailed charger, who had carried him so bravely and so far on many desperate chases. "Ginger for pluck," he laughed over his shoulder as he rode away. "My compliments to the Royal Engineer gents, and ask 'em to be good enough to keep the postbag open until the last moment. Valuable consignment of precious stones, addressed Lant Street, Borough, S.E. Ta-ta, boys." And off he rode, as fine and fearless a figure as ever sat on a horse. Now Private Brown was the pet of his regiment. He was only a boy, just 18, and that's why everybody called him Browney boy, from the officer commanding down to the cook. He was a trooper in the something Hussars, and whilst most of the cavalry, horses and men were eating their heads off in billets behind the line in the Castres neighbourhood before the tremendous turmoil of the First Battle of Ypres had burst over Flanders, Browney, to his joy, found himself detailed off for scouting duties. He could sit anything with 4 legs and a tail, and he could ride it anywhere. He and his rat-ruddered nag were always game for desperate endeavour. Into the jaws of death these two would dance as merrily as if the adventure were nothing more than a steeplechase. Before the jaws could snap, whisk, they'd be through them and away. Lucky it was, indeed, for the horse that he had been docked. Another 6 inches of horsehair on old Ginger's waggler, Browney would say, with a twinkle of his bright eyes, and we should have been nipped many a time. The pair bore a charmed life. The goddess of good luck had waved her wand over them. Nothing could harm them. Until a telephone wire ran from the observation tower on the crest of the little hill 4 miles north of Nieppe, down to the billets where Private Pinkerton and his crowd were resting. Sergeant Major Singleton was, as usual, improving the shining hour by reeling off a commanding lecture on tactics, when the bell tinkled and 4 words trembled over the wire.
Enemy! Outpost! Entering Nieppe!
"Oh-ho!" remarked the Sergeant Major. "This lecture, my lads, is postponed. Sine die." "Aye, taxi!" shouted Pants. 3 gamage growlers, each with its flag up as if accosting for a fare along the shell-swept highway, happened by the merest chance to come along at this very moment. It might have been the Strand. Old Pants bundled 5 men into each taxi, and, jumping himself into the first one, cried out to the driver, "Nieppe, full pelt, and never mind the speed limit." "Right, sir." The driver clapped down the little flag. "Ding!" spake the bell, and down the long, white road they tore in a whirling cloud of dust. No sign of war. Peace lay over the country like a benediction. The gentle occupations of husbandry were going on as usual in the fields. The birds were carolling their evening hymn. The sky was blue and serene, and not a gun growled out of the mist which enveloped and hid distant Armentières from view. Pinkerton heard 2 of the Tommies in the taxi immediately behind him burst into poetic melody, led by Private Winkles, who, as he frequently declared, was a whale on hymns. "Night is drawing nigh, shadows of the evening steal across the sky." "Now then, all together, boys." There was a sudden turn in the road, and before they were aware of it, the "boys," in the very middle of "Now the day is over," found themselves in the street of the village of Nieppe, with the snarl of rifle bullets in their ears and a strange scene of melodrama immediately before them. On a rearing, plunging horse sat Browney boy, managing the lashing beast with one hand and firing his rifle like a revolver with the other, while around him danced and capered a horde of bewildered, savage Germans. They were sure of their prey, these merciless, murdering Huns, but they were afraid to close in. Browney boy and his gallant horse were holding the lot, both fighting magnificently. The villagers, old men, women, maids and children, were crowding at their doors, watching the scene, entranced, mesmerised, heedless of the bullets whining around them. One woman, supremely unconscious of the bizarre effect of the picture she created, had hoisted her baby on her shoulder. As Pinkerton leapt from his car, jamming a clip of cartridges into the magazine of his rifle, he saw a German officer standing well out of the way of the turmoil and deliberately taking a photograph of the scene. Pinkerton dropped on one knee, took a swift sight aiming just under the shining helmet, and fired as the camera clicked. "Ah, got you at any rate, you swine!" shouted Pinkerton as the officer jerked up his arms, tossing the camera high in the air as he fell. And then, to Browney, he yelled a fierce yell of encouragement. "Browney boy! Keep it up, lad! Keep it up! We're here!" The taxi troupe leapt out and ran for the assault, not daring to fire for fear of hitting Browney. The plucky scout, hearing the rallying cry and recognising the voice, waved his free arm and roared back, "Good old Pinky! Come on, boys! Come on! I've got the diamonds, lad!" With true huntsman's skill, he lifted Ginger to another charge. The grand old horse, in his downward plunge, smote down two Germans with a left-right battering-ram blow from his forehoofs. One man's head was smashed to pulp, the other's shoulder was shattered. But it was old Ginger's last fight. A bullet, fired at random, hit him under the eye, and he fell with a crash, backwards with his master underneath. Pinioned and helpless, with one arm broken, Browney boy met his end without flinching. A dozen cowardly bayonets were plunged into him before old Pants, Pinkerton, and the rest of the boys, with hoarse cries of anger, could fling themselves upon the murderers. It was a fight to the death, death to the Germans. Cold steel against cold steel, with the odds fairly even. And no Hun ever whelped can stand up against the lightning thrust, the cut and come again of the British bayonet. Swift and bloody retribution fell upon the murderers of Browney boy. One or two crawled away like wounded rabbits, but the others were all dead, dead before their victim. Browney boy was still breathing as Pinkerton pillowed the brave scout's head upon his knee and wiped tenderly the cold, clammy lips. "Tell the boys I did my best, Pinky," he said. "And old Ginger too. He fought like a good Pluckton. Don't let 'em make cat's meat of old Ginger. Plant us alongside of one another. And the diamonds, Pinky, the diamonds for Jessie. I've got 'em all right. Feel in my inside pocket, Pink, old bird. Sorry to bother you, but my arm's broke. Of course, they ain't real diamonds. I got 'em for $4.50, but Jess won't care. She'll understand." Pinkerton extracted the little packet of glass beads and transferred it with great care to his own person. "Think you'll manage to catch the post, Pink?" "I'll catch it or bust, old man. Leave it to me," said Pinkerton. "Thanks. You're a toff. I'll put in a word for you, Pinky, old pal, wherever I'm going. I guess it will be a different hallelujah chorus from the one I was counting on." The children strewed many flowers upon the grave in the little burying ground beyond the village, and before they had faded, a wooden cross was planted amid the blooms, with this memoriam roughly carved: "In loving memory of Browney boy and his horse Ginger." "What is the meaning of those English words, father?" said a little girl to the old village curé, as the two stood side by side contemplating the scene. "It is a tribute, ma petite," replied the white-haired priest, "to the valour of two great souls. Requiescat in pace." He crossed himself as he bowed before the simple memorial. "Come, my child." That concludes Chapter 3 of Private Pinkerton, Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 4, My Soldier Lad. Thanks to a Boche bullet hole in the petrol tank of his car, Pinkerton missed the post. Sore and stiff, but unwounded, after his strident bayonet practice in the village street of Nieppe over the mutilated body of Browney boy, he tottered into camp, sad, overwrought, and completely done. The pathetic little 5-franc packet of diamonds for Jessie lay like lead at his heart. He had promised her dying sweetheart to deliver them. A promise to a dying man was to Pinkerton a sacred duty. "I must find a way," mused Pinkerton, "a way somehow." Luck found the way. "Good fortune's the only sweetheart I ever had," declared the millionaire. "And perhaps the lass is still faithful." A huge 6'6" sentry stood at the leather-hinged door of the pigsty in which Pinkerton's colonel happened to be billeted at this particular period. He flashed a warning of sharp blue steel within an inch of Pinkerton's stomach. "Halt," says he. "Who goes?" "Summoned. Report. Colonel. Details. Outpost. Engagement. Nieppe. Deaths. Casualties. Prisoners," said Pinkerton in a monotonous undertone, and so dog-tired that he almost felt like leaning up against the point of the sentry's bayonet to rest his utter weariness. He pulled himself together, however, as he stood, stiff as a new ramrod, before Colonel Cumberpatch. This great man and gallant soldier was sitting before a rickety table made from a box labelled "Huntley and Palmer's Best Ginger Nuts," signing warrants and requisitions with a leaky fountain pen, and looking horribly fierce. His face was a brick-dust red. His grizzled moustache was erect with rage. An aroma of pig enfolded him and his ginger nuts as with a garment. He went on writing, seemingly utterly oblivious of his visitor's presence. Pinkerton never moved, but kept up his imitation of a ramrod until he felt the pins and needles beginning to stab him and the earthen floor of the piggery swaying. Then he coughed, a tiny, apologetic cough. The Colonel looked up, his face an angry sunset glare. "Well?" he rapped out. "Was it?" I have to report, sir," began Pinkerton, but Colonel Cumberpatch swept him down with a bellow. How dare you come before me, sir?" before me with a face like that. Go and wash it, sir. This isn't a pig's. Then, remembering that it was a pig's, he spluttered and changed the trend of his remark. A face like that? Why haven't you washed it? Because, sir, and begging your pardon, replied Pinkerton, greatly daring, I happened to run out of scented soap, and... Don't answer me, sir. By gad, sir, haven't you been in the army long enough to know what discipline is? These damned terriers, God help 'em, and me, but I suppose they don't know any better. Pinkerton suddenly changed his tone, forgetting for one fateful moment that he was only a Tommy and one of these damned terriers. Look here, Patch, old man, he said, for the Lord's sake, keep your hair on. The incensed colonel sprang up in a tempest of ungovernable fury, wrecking the ginger nut boxes as though a shell had exploded among them. What? He yelled. You infernal familiar hound of Satan! You impertinent sweep, addressing your colonel as though he were no more than a fragment of a quilt, sir, a counterpane, sir. Patch, indeed! I'll patch you. Why, Corporal Haddock. The tall sentry was inside the pigsty in a moment. Yes, sir. He saluted with a magnificent sweep of his right hand, bringing it down with a resounding smack. Take this man out at once, Corporal, and shoot him. Again that beautiful salute. Yes, sir. At dawn, I presume? No, at once. Take him away, wash his infernal face, and then shoot him, the malevolent mackerel. Yes, sir. Corporal Haddock's face was rock-like, inscrutable, as he moved toward Pinkerton. But one eye flickered in a reassuring wink, and Pinkerton, wearied beyond further self-control, collapsed in a weak cackle of hysterical laughter. The world was spinning round him like an absurd teetotum, himself the pivot, with the pigsty, the colonel, the ginger nuts, and Corporal Haddock all swimming by in a silly sort of dance. He made a wild grab at one of them, fouled a biscuit box so suddenly and so alarmingly imbued with lively motion, and the rest was darkness, utter and profound. Centuries, ages, eons passed. He opened his eyes at length to find the colonel bending over him and dosing him with a hot, aromatic mixture of rum and whisky out of a cut glass sugar bowl, and the corporal standing by, statuesque and immovable as the Sphinx. A transformed colonel this, kind, fatherly, fierceness all vanished, the perfect bedside manner. Oh, my eternal, everlasting aunt, says he, if it isn't old Pinky. Pinky playing the sublime, ridiculous ass in a stinking piggery, masquerading. No, sir, replies Pinkerton, struggling up to a sitting posture, but still feeling mortally weak and flabby. No, sir, ass if you like, but playing the game, and a damn fine game it is too, Patch, I beg pardon, Colonel. Bubble and squeak, says the Colonel, all of a fluster. You, of all men in the world, rolling in it, absolutely rolling in it. Here, Corporal. Corporal Haddock came forward the regulation 3 paces and saluted again with imperturbable gravity. What would you do, Corporal Haddock, if you suddenly woke up and found yourself a millionaire? Begging your pardon, sir, answered the corporal, I should immediately send out round the corner for a barrel of beer, sir. Well, there's some sense in that, says the colonel. But with you, Pinkerton, I intend to stick it out, sir, declared the millionaire, taking another swig at the cut glass sugar bowl and finding it infinitely invigorating. It's a great game, Patch. It beats cockfighting, beats it hollow. I'll admit I went in for it at the start, more for fun, for adventure, than anything else. But it's grown on me. I can't shake it off, and I'm going to see it through. Mad, mad, mused the colonel. I never met a March hare madder. But when he heard Pinkerton's story of the day's fight, the death of Browney boy, and the moving, if sentimental adventure of the 5-franc diamond necklace, a chord thrilled somewhere within him, and he swore that Jessie should get her diamonds, even if he had to go to General Headquarters himself and get the King's messenger to deliver them. But it's my job, sir, says Pinkerton, laying down the empty sugar bowl. I promised the boy. And damme, Pinky, you shall keep your promise. By thunder you shall. I'll get you a pass for special emergency leave straight away. My car is leaving for the base tonight. You can take it and easily catch the midnight boat. And meanwhile... The fierce old soldier's countenance wrinkled into a sort of a smile. Wash some of the stains of war from that amiable mug of yours, my tuppenny terrier. Stoke up at the canteen, and good luck and a quick run to old England. Colonel Cumberpatch offered his hand in sheer friendliness. Pinkerton, with the critical eye of Corporal Haddock upon him, drew himself up and saluted. Corporal Haddock could not have done it better himself. 30 hours' leave was his limit, and that is more than enough, thought Pinkerton with a sigh, to call upon another man's sweetheart. He felt lonely and sad, and not a little nervous. The task which lay before him was a delicate one. And I'm no hand with women, either in Belgravia or the Borough. A petticoat always flabbergasters me, and with this sort of petticoat, Lord help me. Looking ahead in his too productive imagination, he pictured a squalid scene, with a drab of a wench as the towzled heroine, and himself a sorry unit in the comedy, with nothing to offer love in distress but a handful of twopenny halfpenny tinsel. He was tempted to break his journey on the way to Lant Street, Borough, and buy a more substantial and valuable memento. But the vision of Browney boy and his dying appeal came back to him, and he decided to carry on according to the contract made and sealed in the blood-sprinkled village street of Nieppe. Lant Street he found with difficulty. More difficult still it was to discover Jessie's abode, hidden amid a scramble of tumble-down houses and dark death-trap stairways. At last his patience and his climbing were rewarded. At the top of a creaking stair he found the door with "Number 8" painted roughly upon it. It was open a few inches, and Pinkerton heard the sound of singing, soft but remarkably sweet. "The lad I love is a soldier lad. Hey ho, never be sad, never be sad. He's sailed away far over the sea. He's sailed away to fight for me, for his king and his country over the sea, and perhaps some day he'll come back to me, my soldier lad. Hey ho, never be sad." He tapped on the door. The song ceased, and a musical voice cried, "Come in." That concludes Chapter 4 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 2. Section 3 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 5 and 6. Chapter 5. William the Conqueror. The little room in which Pinkerton found himself was clean and neat. A big bunch of wild flowers in an empty marmalade jar. A bright yellow canary in a bright blue cage, with a sprig of groundsel tucked between the wires, flanked by a lump of sugar, and a large memorial card, stamped with trumpeting angels in black and silver, performing an urgent solo over the words, "In the midst of life, we are in death," framed under the canary, disclosed to Pinkerton at a glance that he was in the presence of a judicious, if somewhat homely, recognition of nature and art. Economy, too, struck a triumphant note from the marmalade jar, over which, as he entered, a slim form was bent in the pretty occupation of arranging the simple blooms. For a moment the girl did not look up, but went on with her crooning. "My soldier lad's back over the sea. Hey ho, over the sea, over the sea. He swore when he left he'd be true to me, faithful and loving and fond to me. But now that he's back, it's fickle is he, and it's off he has danced with some other she. My soldier lad, hey ho." "You can put 'em on the table," she said, "if they ain't too lively to walk off on their lonesomes." Then she raised her head, a haughty young head, negligently crowned by a tumble of red gold hair, and saw Pinkerton. "Lord love us!" she cried, "I thought you were the shrimps." "No, no, I'm not the shrimps. I'm sorry, I. Pinkerton stammered nervously, utterly at a loss what to say and how to meet the situation. He had no fear of shattering shell fire or roving bullets, but he saw before him a pale, resolute young face, a glow of eager eyes, and he was afraid. The girl saw him wavering. With the quick animal instinct of her class, her mind leapt at the truth. "You've come from Alf?" she said, and her hand sped to her heart and fluttered there. "Yes, I've come from Alf." "And he's dead? Killed? Oh, I know, I know, I know. You needn't make no pretty speeches to me. breaking it gentle and all that. Alfie's killed." "Yes," replied Pinkerton, struggling hard to find some flow of wordy comfort. But nothing came. He remained dumb and helpless. "Dead? Killed? Oh, Alfie, and you promised me to take care." The cry came from Jessie's heart. The foolish little sentence, "You promised to take care," lost all its foolishness in the poignancy of its utterance. "You promised, you promised. Alfie, it was cruel of you." The stricken child, for she was little more than a child, raised her face pathetically to Pinkerton and stretched out her hand. Wasn't it too bad?" she began. "And this on my birthday." Pinkerton took the cold, limp fingers in his own brown hand. "Jessie," he said quietly, "sit down here by me, and if you can cry, cry. Don't mind me. Just cry, little girl, cry, and have it out." Jessie's pretty, rough little head drooped upon the outstretched arm, and at last the merciful floodgates opened. As the tears flowed, Pinkerton sat quietly by the shaking little figure of Browney boy's sweetheart, still holding her hand. Presently the storm of tears abated, and out of the sobs Jessie found her voice again. Tell me about it," she said. Was he brave?" "He was the bravest soldier in the British Army," declared Pinkerton stoutly. "Alf, we called him Browney boy. That was his pet name, and we all loved him, Jessie. Alf was my own particular pal, and he died in my arms in the finest fight as ever was. 15-1 the odds were." "Oh!" cried the girl, breathing quickly. Tell me. So Private Pinkerton told Jessie the moving tale of her gallant, fearless lover, until she forgot her sorrow at the thrill of his words. For the words came now, unbidden and readily enough, not a little to his astonishment. And when, at the end of the recital, he produced the little necklace, though the tears flowed afresh, they were not the outcome of a broken heart, but the tribute of a brave lass to her gallant soldier lover. "Oh, but I am proud of him, my soldier lad," she cried, and she wept no more. "Won't you stay to tea?" asked Jessie. "My poor little birthday tea. Father said he'd be in, but there's no sign of him, so I suppose it's the usual with him." She sighed. "He used to work at the blacking factory until the war broke out, and nobody seemed to want any blacking any longer, and father got the push. Perhaps it's as well, for father drunk all the blacking he made." "Drank it?" said Pinkerton, astonished at the assimilative powers of the working classes. "What an extraordinary taste!" Jessie smiled sadly. "Not the blacking exactly," she explained. "Gin." Yes," assented Pinkerton. "Out of work, gin, yes, I understand. And I suppose you have to keep him." "Yes," answered Jessie shortly. "Dressmaking, mending, trimming hats, and Dad drinks most of that too. Oh, it's a cruel, rotten world. But are we downhearted? I'll put the kettle on and tidy myself up a bit and cut the bread and butter. And as the shrimps haven't walked upstairs yet, you can go out and buy a bagful. It's only just round the corner. Blinks. A millionaire foraging for shrimps in the borough should surely be a picture for the gods in high Olympus to cackle over. But if Pinkerton was a millionaire, he was also a private soldier, and searching for shrimps presented few terrors to him. He soon found Mr. Blinks, an affable fat man who was not only pleased to part with the shrimps, but eager to add to them a pair of aromatic bloaters. The tea party, of two, all told, was a grand success. Jessie smiled, she almost laughed, in fact, at her visitor's prentice hand clumsily fumbling at the armour plate of the slippery monsters of the deep. "You don't do it like that," she cried. "Here, let me show you." Pinkerton, who had never eaten shrimps before in his life, picked out a fat one and handed it solemnly to the girl. "I shall be charmed," he said. "Do you know, Jessie, this is my first acquaintance with shrimps. They're really not half bad." "What? Never eaten shrimps before? Well, I never. Where was you brought up? And who? Why, would you believe it? You haven't told me your name yet. What is it?" "Pinkerton," replied Jessie's guest, making a sad mess of his 15th shrimp. "And the other name?" "William," answered Pinkerton, blushing. "Oh, that's the same name as the Kaysers. I don't like it much." "Sorry," said Pinkerton, "but I couldn't help it. It was thrust upon me. But I and the Kaiser are not the only Williams on the beach." "No," assented Jessie. "Now I come to think of it, there was a chap called William the Conqueror, wasn't there? I'm sure you're much more like him, and brave, brave as lions and tigers, or you wouldn't have been my elf's pal. William the Conqueror, that's you, but I'm going to call you Bill." Time was slipping by. The most delightful tea party must have an end. But there is still business to be done in this little room in the borough. Serious talk between Jessie and Bill, a solemn consideration of ways and means. There is the future to be weighed, the future of a busy little dressmaker, with her drag of toil, incessant toil, and the burden of the old man who drinks the blacking, drinks and drinks. "By the way, Jessie," says Bill, telling the lie which the recording angel writes down against him in invisible ink, with a quill plucked from the bird of paradise, "I know a rich lady in the country, who is looking for a companion with quick fingers and a clever needle. And you, Jessie, are the very one. Bless my soul, what luck! If you can oblige me with a pen and ink, I'll fix the whole thing up at once." So, with the aid of a penny bottle of blue black and an old pen outrageously cross-nibbed, Pinkerton writes a few magic lines to Mrs. Millward, the homely housekeeper at Thornycroft, sticks the envelope down, addresses it, and then, remembering something, opens it again and adds a postscript, which Jessie, peeping over his shoulder, reads, "P.S. Don't forget to send for her at once." And next, "My word," says Private Pinkerton, "I must scoot, Jessie, or I shall miss the train, and when I get back I shall be shot at dawn for a deserter. Goodbye, Jessie, and many happy returns." He held out his hand. "Goodbye, and God bless you," murmurs the girl. "But, Bill, aren't you going to, for the sake of Browney boy, won't you kiss me?" The pigsty was just the same, and so was the 6 foot and a bit sentry, and so was the fiery-faced colonel as Private Pinkerton entered to make his report. "Back again?" says the colonel. "And how did you improve the shining hour, Pinky?" "A grand time, sir. I learnt how to eat shrimps and how to kiss another fellow's sweetheart." "The devil you did! Was it for love?" "No, sir," replied Pinkerton. "For remembrance." "For remembrance? Ah, said the colonel. "Hey ho," sighed Private Pinkerton. That concludes Chapter 5 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 6 The Green Death. "Attack at dawn," ran the whispered order. Private Pinkerton shivered as he lay in the long, narrow, damp trench. He felt like an ill-fitting drain-pipe in a badly dug drain, muddy, disconsolate, and utterly miserable. There was a very ugly leak, too, in the cistern which held his courage. It was oozing away, and he couldn't cork the leak. "Buck up, Pinky, buck up!" He addressed himself angrily, tightening his belt another hole as he shifted sideways. But the palsy took him once more in its grip. It shook him till his teeth rattled. Am I a coward?" He put the question to his inner consciousness, and, listening for the answer, received a heavy jab in the ribs from the mud-smothered lump of humanity lying next to him. "Stop rattling that blasted dice box, d'ye hear? Stow it, Tottertoes, for Gawd's sake, or we shall have all the double sixes jumping out of the pack afore the moon's gone down." 6 months ago, Mr. Pinkerton, a gentleman to the fingertips and a mildish, peace-loving man, would have apologised in a few courtly, dignified phrases. To-night, in this evil, gloom-breeding trench, he remembered, in time to save his reputation, that he was an expletive private, and no more. He replied to the orator next door with a flow of language that would have paralysed a Billingsgate fish porter, and he felt worlds better for it. "Oh, Pinky, you blasphemous hound!" Mr. Pinkerton, pulling his weight now, and having let off a very considerable pressure of steam, was a man once more. The palsy had vanished. "No swearin', no talkin', no smokin' in this little 'oly of 'olies." It was the fatherly voice of Sergeant Major Singleton. "Tak' a dawn, boys, and don't you forget it," which, being translated, should read, "Attack at dawn." "Lay quiet, my children, and watch for the loomin' up of the horizon. What you see then, or what you ought to see will be the Fremel's Ridge, and when you hear 3 blasts from the whistle, it's up guards and at 'em. 3 blasts. Do you razzle, lads?" The lads razzled, lying there in the mush on their bellies, seeing nothing, but comforted and cheered vastly by the paternal voice of their beloved Pants. "It's the first trench you've got to take," the voice went on. "The first trench. So far and no forrarder, and don't you forget it. Any forrarder, and it's mincemeat you'll be turned into, every mother's son of ye. You'll be hearin' grandmother and her children gruntin' presently over your bloomin' heads. Don't be alarmed. Lie low, no matter what you hear and feel. It'll only be Granny clearin' the way for you, openin' up the pearly gates of paradise, so to speak. Lie low and wait for the whistle." So far the night had been fairly quiet, suspiciously quiet. Now and again, high over the Fremel's Ridge, the German flares flamed and danced. The star shells popped and fizzled in an entertaining 5th of November sort of frolic. Then the night closed in again, blacker than ever. "Pinky boy," a hoarse whisper from next door. "Pinky, have you said your prayers, tucked into your little bed warm and snug? Then you can sing me to sleep. Sing me to sleep, oh mother dear. It is not night while." Boom! The earth shook at the opening roar. Again. Boom! Again and yet again. The great concert of death, destruction and damnation had begun. Grandmother and her children were at it, and though the huge guns of our artillery were over a mile behind, the trench in which Private Pinkerton lay on his cold, cold stomach shook and trembled at the thud of them. Grandmother, Husky Harriet, and Surly Sam, accompanied by a big and uproariously noisy family of smaller ones. Saucy Sarah, Jane, Jumping Jimmy, Talking Tom, and Oleron Henry were putting in their fastest and most furious work. High overhead, the terrific shells screamed and skirled in their maniac rush across the sky. Here and now, for the first time, the awful grandeur of it held Pinkerton in its magic thrall. He looked up. He could see nothing, but he could hear the pinions of the Angel of Death sweeping the sky, and over them the very heavens seemed to shudder. The roar continued. Its demoniac fury increased, swelling and reverberating until it seemed that the uttermost roots of hell had been torn up, red hot, and flung athwart the world. The battering was so fearful, so intense, so everlasting, so shattering to the senses, that when Pinkerton's tingling ear was assailed by 3 shrill whistle blasts, he paid no heed and obeyed no order, until somebody of giant size and strength seized him by the slack of his trousers and flung him over the barricade into the wild, gibbering night, bawling into his ear, "Run, run, run, run like hell! Dinna you hear it?" So, like hell he ran in a sort of whirling dream, dimly conscious in the breaking dawn that he was one of a scampering crew of hundreds of grey-green spectres flitting across the sombre territory of no man's land between the British and the German trenches. The thunder of the great guns was still behind him. Shells roared and whined above. Day broke swiftly, as though some invisible hand had torn the sable curtain of night from the draped windows of the sky. Right ahead he could see the shells bursting like volcanic eruptions amid the Prussian parapets, and at each crash smoked a whirlwind of dust and earth. "Run! Run! Run!" Voices still chorused around him, and he ran, leaping for the line of tossed and tumbled sandbags and the tangle of barbed wire that lay immediately before him. Death, sure and certain. But what a death to die! Then suddenly the fearful tumult ceased, and in the broadening dayshine Private Pinkerton seemed to awake to the consciousness that he was leading the charge on the lower slope of the ridge of Fromelles, with about a dozen men behind him, Glory and the Germans in front. He hurled himself upon a heap of sandbags and yelled to the men behind him, "Come on, boys, shove 'em over!" The boys came on and shoved 'em over. Headlong they pitched into the German trench. It was a deep trench, not yet fully illuminated by the morning light, and as Pinkerton fell into it, he saw before him the shadowy form of a huge German leaning back against the trench wall, grimly staring at him with arms extended, an attitude preparatory, so he imagined, for a death grip, but tensely, uncannily still. "No, you don't!" he yelled, anticipating the spring. And, shutting his eyes, he lunged with all his weight behind his bayonet. He felt the breastbone of his enemy crunch as the cold steel went in. His foot slipped on the wet clay, and before he could disengage, he had rolled over with the spitted German on top of him. As he fell, he was dimly conscious of other deeds of massacre going on around him, with steel point and clubbed rifle. There was no cry for quarter, though the Germans, crouching and squatting in this grisly drain, must have outnumbered Pinkerton and his little band of braves by 5-1. And there seemed to be no resistance. It was sheer murder. In the midst of this unholy business, Pinkerton, still vainly endeavouring to free himself from the embarrassment of the dead German whose unwieldy body lay over him, observed the familiar figure of old Pants letting himself down carefully into the trench. A fat man and heavy, slow but sure, he was the last, but by no means the least, of Pinkerton's ferocious little crew. On the way across, from trench to trench, he had picked up a revolver. As he landed with a squelch on the slippery floor of the German pit, he shoved his weapon into the face of a crouching Boche. "Hands up!" he cried. The German soldier did not move. "Hands up or by—" Sergeant Major Singleton never fired, for, at the touch of the revolver barrel, the German rolled over sideways and lay as he fell, grotesquely, with one leg stiff and crooked in the air, for all the world like a waxwork dummy knocked off its stand. Then, with a gasp, Singleton understood. Turning to the little crowd of furious invaders who were still smashing at the enemy and bayoneting them with savage gusto, he yelled at them to cease. "Stop it! Do you hear? Stop it, boys! Stop it, you pirates, you body snatchers!" Though they were "seeing red" and letting fly around them for all they were worth, the tough, disciplined crowd belonging to old Panzer's company recognised his voice and paused in their bloody business. "Stop it! Why the—" "Because," shouted the Sergeant Major, "because you're killing dead men. They're all stone cold corpses. Every man jack of 'em. Easy all, my sons. Switch off the red light." They called it the Green Death. One of the lyddite shells from the British guns had burst low over this particular section of the invested trench, and the shock of it and the choking fumes had smitten every German soldier there dead on the instant, dead in the attitude of life, just as he was standing, or crouching, or sitting, rifle in hand, face alert, eyes staring. Further, and even more horrible, the bursting shell marks its passage by staining everything within its area a yellowish green. Heaving himself at last by a mighty effort from the encumbering body of his giant assailant, Private Pinkerton, for the first time, had a full view of his face. It was a vivid green, the Green Death. That concludes Chapter 6 of Private Pinkerton, Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 3. Section 4 of Private Pinkerton, Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 7 and 8. Chapter 7. The Wolf in the Fold. Face downwards, in an attitude of peaceful slumber, across two tightly stuffed sandbags, lay Private Pinkerton. But, though he was as still as a mouse, and breathing as sweetly and regularly as a slumbering babe, he was as wakeful and wary as a cat at a mouse hole. He had lain there for the best part of an hour, watching a speck on the German ramparts opposite, with the sight of his rifle slipped up to 600. It was a long shot, but, like the sniper of Skeleton Tree, Pinkerton could pull a pretty trigger. And so could the other chap across the way, the gentleman visualised by the little smudge over the enemy trench. Sometimes the speck seemed to waver, to flicker. Twice a thin red flame had flashed from it. The first bullet came like a humming bee, and Pinkerton felt the wind of it, bing, by his ear. On the wings of the second came death. Rifleman Sprightly, a good shot, who was so restless in this monotonous trench life that he was known as Jack-in-the-Box, raised himself for a moment and stretched out to borrow a cigarette. He had disclosed himself for no longer than it takes a man to wink. But that was enough. Bing! Again the little red tongue of flame flickered. With the half of an oath on his lips, Jack-in-the-Box toppled over and lay like a log across Pinkerton's legs. Still Pinkerton never moved. The pressure of a dead man flattening him down upon the hot, hard sandbag had no more effect on him than to cause him to growl, "Pull him off, somebody, for God's sake!" Somebody pulled him off, and there the incident ended. So ordinary a happening of war that nobody took any interest in it at all. Here was a dead man. Clear him out of the way, somebody. The man who lugged Jack off Pinkerton's hampered legs, his task accomplished, went on eating his bread and butter. Private Pinkerton realised, soundly and sanely enough, that the next flash might sign his own death warrant in a crimson scrawl, but the acceptance of it brought no tremor to his finger pressed against the cool thin curve of steel. He lay and watched the speck, relieved now of the dead weight across his legs. Snuggling down lower and lower in his hard bed, he managed to get hold of the dead man's cap and propped it on the ridge of the parapet. It was an old, frayed, tattered device, but it came off this time. "Got him, by gad! Good shot! Oh, good shot indeed!" drawled a young voice, the voice of Eton unmistakably. "Got the perisher, smack in the middle of the napper." "Sure, sir?" queried Pinkerton over his shoulder. "It is not usual, Private What's your infernal name, to question the words of your superior officer," drawled the young subaltern good-naturedly enough. "But that was such a damn good shot that I'll forgive you. Slip down into this blighted drain. There's nothing doing at present up there, having potted the red. I want a word with you." "Here's £half for you, for valour," said the officer in a mixed tone of condescension and congratulation, as if he had been conferring the Victoria Cross upon the respectful young man standing before him. "Thank you, sir," said Pinky with an immobile face, as he pocketed the silver. "And now, Private Pinkerton," went on the subaltern, "you're an intelligent sort of blighter. You know the men in this particular section of hell that we've taken on a repairing lease until the resurrection. You've got a sort of way with you. I don't know why." "No more do I, sir," Private Pinkerton saluted grimly. "But the men will trust you and open out. There's something rotten in the state of what you call 'em. Quite a lot of the men are uneasy. They're restless and worried. They dunno where they are half their time. Evidently something on their minds. Got the jumps. For months and months they've been brave as tigers and frettin' for the chance to climb out of this filthy drain and have a whack at the stinkin' crowd of measly mudlarks across the way. But just now, I believe," the young officer lowered his voice to a confidential pitch, "that if those Kaiser's kittens were to upend and on to us, our chaps would cut and run like a lot of scared schoolgirls in a bullock field. It's extraordinary. It's damned extraordinary. And it's heartbreaking. They've been doped or something. They're as flabby as stale kippers. Have you any idea?" "None at all, sir," replied Pinkerton, wondering what the boy was driving at. "Well, here's another £half. It's your job to find out and sprinkle the insect powder of your persuasion over the microbe that's gnawing at the immortal souls of your pals. You shall have a free hand. For God's sake, do something to ginger up this bit of trench. It's dead serious. It's got to be done, and done quickly. If you can't talk 'em out of their dejection, drive some sense into 'em with the toe of your boot." "I can't kick a whole company, sir," replied Pinkerton, "but I'll do my best." "Thanks," said the boy, with just a little shake in his voice that made the private soldier respect him all the more. "It's a bargain. Shake." He put out his hand. In the grip of friendliness which followed, Pinkerton felt the metallic pressure of another half-crown. The shades of night were falling fast when Private Pinkerton came upon the leviathan figure of Piper M'Quirk, squatting by Fearless Flossie, the machine gun, at an angle of the trench. He was swaying to and fro, groaning, with his head upon his hands. His pipes, unheeded, lay at his feet, and if ever a man was the perfect incarnation of the ogre Despair, Piper M'Quirk was that man. "Hello, Mac," began Pinkerton, opening his campaign on a cheerful note. "What's up?" Piper M'Quirk looked up wearily and shook his red head. "Pinky," he replied, "I canna rightly tell, but 'tis something uncanny and awful. Would ye be so kind as to cast an inquiring eye at my tongue?" He opened his mouth, and in the gloaming produced a flickering length of something. "In the shadows of the evening," remarked Pinkerton, "all cats and all tongues are grey. But if you'll hold on, I'll see what I can do." He struck a match, one of those French asphyxiators, and held it under the piper's nose until M'Quirk spluttered and wheezed like a damp squib. When, at last, the flame flared up, it disclosed a tongue like the skin of a speckled toad. Commented Pinkerton. "Any symptoms?" Piper M'Quirk rolled off a list which would fill a column advertisement of the most sensational of all patent medicines. "I thocht I'd try a breather into the pipes," he added, "just to see how the bellows worked, Pinky, but at the very first puff something went off at the back of my ears like the crack of doom. And the agony of it was worse than 10,000 toothaches. Then I saw specks before the eyes. Aye, millions of specks, laddie. Bad dreams, miserable thoughts, lack of vital force, loss of appetite. All that and more. And it's not only me, but the rest of the lads. Most of our lot, Pinky. Mon, it's awful." Pinkerton speedily discovered that M'Quirk's mournful tale was only too true. Even old Pants had got it, whatever it was, and got it badly. He confessed that he felt little better than a shadder of himself, and jumped like a nervous colt, this seared and war-scarred veteran, whenever a shell popped or a whiz-bang whiz-banged. In all, 15 hitherto good men, valiant men and true, confessed to fear, dread of something indefinite, but uncanny and horrible. What could it be? Was this some new, insidious devilment conceived by the Huns, some invisible, intangible gas, pumped from the opposite trenches, or a new microbe bred in the ghastly laboratory of Armageddon, the germ of terror? Pinkerton worked hard, desperately hard, among the despondent ones. One and all, they only groaned at him. Sick at heart, he turned back along the trench, baffled and bewildered, to confess his failure, when suddenly specks began floating and flickering before his eyes. Something went click at the back of his head, and mortal fear gripped him as in a vice. By gum! He muttered to himself, I've got it. At last the long hospital train, emblazoned with the Red Cross and heavily passengered with casualty, crawled into the base terminus at Boulogne. The medical officer and his orderly were ticking off the arrivals as if they were so many bales of merchandise consigned for delivery. 24 stretcher cases, light wounds, heads, arms and legs. 41 lying down cases, bronchial. 36 sitting up cases, various. Then a pause, as from the end portion of the train certain muffled sounds emerged. A pause, followed by the appearance of our 16 knights of the Rueful Countenance, led by 3 of the stoutest hearts that ever quailed before the spectre of castor oil. Sergeant Major Singleton, otherwise known as Pants, Piper Sandy McQuirk, of the irrepressible 99th, and Private Pinkerton. And 16 walking cases, sir, catalogued the faithful orderly, producing his scissors, preparatory to snipping off the identifying labels of McQuirk, Pants and Company. 16 walking cases, repeated the medical officer as he licked the stump of his indelible pencil. Let me see now, what did you say they were, Corporal Squills? 16 walking cases, repeated the orderly. Mumps. The 3 half-crowns were burning a hole in Pinkerton's trouser pocket, and as he passed Corporal Squills, an idea struck him. Have you got good teeth, my son? He asked. The orderly flashed a double row of them in a cheerful grin, in guarantee. As good a set as any of you terriers, he said. Then will you kindly gnash 'em for all you're worth on behalf of me and my 2 pals? Private Pinkerton pressed the 3 coins into the palm of the surprised young soldier. We'll have 7 and 6pence worth, he said. And now then, up and gnash 'em. That concludes Chapter 7 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and continues with Chapter 8, The Prussian Blues. It was at the base that I first met the inglorious 3, Pinkerton, Piper McQuirk, and the brindle-haired, war-bitten son of a gun known all the way from Cathay to Camberwell as Pants, otherwise Sergeant Major Singleton. Swanker was there too, but of him anon. They were gloomy and angry, and anybody who happened to touch either of them on the raw might look out for squalls. You only had to mention one word out of the variegated dictionary of the British Army to set the feathers flying, and that one word was mumps. They were getting well, but were still mightily sore when I tumbled across them, sitting savagely on overturned wine casks in Elisa's snug little bar, back of the Tantilleries station. There were still certain glandular swellings marking the visage of the huge and terrible piper, whose awesome appearance was enhanced by about a week's growth of fiery straggling beard of the consistency and the appearance of a badly moulting doormat. Old Pants had grown side whiskers, at which the whole world sniggered in passing. Even Kay's little lot, newly landed on an alien shore, would cackle as they passed the dour Sergeant Major with his saddlebags astream in the blowing morning. Pants would eye them severely as they swung by. "All right, you expletive, expletives. Do you think I'm going to shave myself to please a lot of expletives like you? Wait until you get into the trenches and begin to cry for your mammies. Oh, you expletives." And Piper McQuirk, stalwart friend and ally, would add, in his picturesque Highland fling of best Scotch shrapnel, a few suitable words of heathery benediction, and the incident temporarily would close. Then Private Pinkerton would lead the pair, in his quiet way, one under each arm, to the Goblin Cave reigned over by Elise. "Well, if you won't have another foaming goblet of Elise's sudden death," said Pinkerton, "let me offer you a cigarette, a genuine straight cut." He suddenly flashed before my eyes a gold case, so bejewelled and chased and everything else that I gasped and shaded my eyes. "I always thought," said I, "that you were a lunatic plutocrat." "That's me," replied Pinkerton, blinking rapidly in that funny little way of his. "But you needn't give the game away, my dear friend." He jerked a grimy thumb towards the other two. "Keep it dark," he whispered. "If only they knew, it would bust the whole bloomin' show. But that gold, diamond, ruby, amethyst, sapphire, emerald, topaz case, surely " "Ah," murmured Pinkerton, shutting up his shining treasure with a snap, "thereby hangs a tale." And straightway he launched into it. "This happened," he began, "before we were all cemented in, consolidated, and joined up like drain pipes in an irrigation pasture, when we could move and breathe and bust about a bit. I got a job, a General Headquarters job, which was quite promising as a picnic. It was to act as guide to a Staff Major on a long motor scoot, from P somewhere to Z somewhere. Our route, which was carefully marked out, embraced a long road running through a sort of gully, and known by the jocks, who got such a dusting there, as the Pass of Killiecrankie. The pass was seemingly as safe as Bond Street on a Saturday afternoon, for one brigade of our cavalry was in occupation of one side of it, and the something Lancers with another big crowd on the other side. Entering the pass, we were held up by a sentry of the B somethings. "Halt," says he, noticing me but not twigging the Major who was behind in the car. "I'm in a hurry," said I, "and I haven't the time." "Hurry be blowed," replied the sentry. "Hurry's the wrong password in this circus. 'Op out, old cock." And at that instant he spotted the Major, fuming, behind. "What the devil?" began the Major, whereupon the sentry upped and saluted. "Beg pardon, sir," he said to me. "I hadn't observed the gentleman behind with a strip of his chest protector round his hat. Pass, gent, with the red flannel bandage." "Wha said red flannel?" shouted M'Quirk, swinging round fiercely on his wine cask. "Calm yourself, Mac," responded Pinkerton. "There's nothing personal in the allusion." And then to me, "Poor old Mac, he's still thinking of the mumps. The very sight of red flannel will set his teeth chattering." So, to resume. We passed, and I kept on laughing all the time as we drove along. "What's the joke?" asked the Major. "The strip of chest protector round your hat, sir," said I, pointing to the scarlet band which marks the Nestors and the Agamemnons of the British Army. "Anyway, it's saved our bacon this time," retorted the Major. "You never know your luck," said I, "and you never do. We hadn't gone another mile along that blessed road when there was a fearful clatter on ahead, and a mass of figures suddenly loomed out of the mist, making for us hell for leather. "Here, easy on you fatheads," shouted the Major. "We're British." The next moment they were on us, and a gruff voice grunted out, "Gadoon out o' dat gar." Germans, by gosh! And my friend with the chest protector round his hat, Pinkerton chuckled, stuffed up to the armpits with papers and plans and things which would not only give away our own private little show, but upset the carefully laid plans of General French and the whole British Expeditionary Force. I twisted round, sharp, to the Major. "Nabbed, sir," says I. "We must think of something quick." "Thunder," mutters the Major. "These blasted papers." "You'll have to eat 'em, sir," I whispered. "Eat 'em?" growls the Major, and I could see his jaws working at the horrid thought. "Eat 'em, by George! Do you take me for a bloomin' Zoological Gardens elephant on Bank Holiday?" Well, to cut a long story short, they were all over us in next to no time. A great lumbering ass of a German officer, with a skull and crossbones grinning on his shining helmet, came up and asked me who I was. I told him I was a British General, out for a joy ride. "And the gentleman behind? Who is he?" "My servant," said I, and I heard the Major's teeth snap. They made us haul the car onto the roadside, and the skull and crossbones Johnny ordered me to produce my arms. Of course, I hadn't any. The only missile I possessed was an electric torch, which the officer instantly appropriated. Whilst I was clearing my pockets of all sorts of things, the Major was quietly ridding himself of his own arsenal, a couple of Smith & Wesson revolvers and 25 rounds, which he dropped tenderly into the ditch beside him. Then a sentry was placed on our car, and we navigated Killiecrankie clean through our own 2 lines of cavalry, and the Germans as bold as brass, though they hadn't the ghost of an idea what they were running through. The wonder was that we weren't spotted and cut to ribbons by our own crowd. Presently the road opened out, and we drove into a desolate little village where there were shoals of Germans bolting about everywhere, and going to earth like scared rabbits. A guards officer rode up on a splendid horse and began questioning the sentry. In his voice and his face I thought I recognised an old acquaintance, Carl von S. something, whom I had met in Vancouver and had played auction with many a time. "Oh, pardon me," said I, "but aren't you Carl von S. something?" "No," he replied, "but I am his brother Fritz, and I am very pleased to meet you." We got quite chummy, yarning together and exchanging experiences. "If there's anything I can do for you," he said, "I shall be charmed." I replied that I should be greatly obliged if he would ask the sentry to be a little more careful with his shooting iron. "With pleasure," replied the captain, and, turning to the sentry, he said, "This prisoner is a gentleman and a friend of mine. You may put your pistol away. He will give you his word of honour not to play any tricks." "Much obliged," said I, and things were more comfortable after that. As we left the village, my new friend shook me warmly by the hand, wished me good luck, and insisted upon my accepting this gold cigarette case as a souvenir of our meeting. "Good bye and good luck," were his last words. "I am going into action." And that's the last I ever saw of him. In a minute or two the shells began to whine and to plunk around. The fight opened suddenly and unexpectedly. The whole business was a hellish, horrid mix-up, and I remember only vaguely, as a sort of thundering nightmare, with the Major and me in the thick of it, dodging our own shells and bullets, and at last crawling into a ditch and skulking there with nearly 100 Prussians, all in a blue funk. Prussian blue. They didn't take the slightest notice of us. I hadn't been in that snuggery more than 5 minutes before I saw Fritz's great grey charger come smashing through the hedge, riderless and smothered with blood. Fritz's accoutrements were there, his sword, his revolver, and his dandy saddlebags. But there was no Fritz. He had been blown to Kingdom Come. How did we come out of it? Well, Private Pinkerton paused and blinked again in that funny little way of his. That, too, was a sort of a dream, and I've never yet been able to define the realities from the visions. The whole of this bloody war seems to be a dream, with our little life rounded in a sleep. Pinkerton laughed and pointed to McQuirk and old Pants, nodding like mandarins, each upon his separate wine cask. And there are 2 examples to point the moral and adorn the tale. Hi! Wake up, you blighters! That concludes Chapter 8 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 4. Section 5 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 9 and 10. Chapter 9. Swanker the Invincible. It was during Private Pinkerton's blissful period of convalescence at Boulogne that the dog Swanker first drifted into his innocent, cherubic young life. Swanker, like Caesar, came, saw, and conquered. He was a mongrel of many bewildering mixtures, but, with the superintelligence of most mongrels, which is extensive and peculiar, knew where to go, what to look for, and how to win victories. Victories of craft as well as victories of tooth and claw. Swanker resembled nothing on this earth in the dog line. He happened to be taking the air one mild afternoon on the ramparts up in the old town, disconsolate, woebegone, and half starved, when he was pounced upon by a couple of the French gendarmerie, and would undoubtedly have been shot as a German spy and his miserable carcass flung to the ravens, but for the intervention of two humane remnants of the British Army, Private Pinkerton and Piper McQuirk, to wit. They, too, were sunning themselves. They witnessed the threatening tragedy, rescued the dog, and carried him in triumph to their quarters. McQuirk, an authority on dogs, confessed himself entirely beaten by this amiable but perplexing quadruped. "There's nae doubt," he said, "that a vera large mixed pack fought for the honour of this animal's parentage. Fore and aft, he's aboot the strangest muddle o' dog flesh I ever saw." "And yet," remarked Pinkerton, "there's something familiar about the beggar's face, somehow." "Now ye come to mention it, there is," declared the Scot. "A sort of family likeness." "At certain angles." "Particularly at full face, and not so observable in the profile," went on McQuirk, twisting the amenable doggie's face this way and that. "By gum!" cried Pinkerton at length, "I've got it! It's old Pants! The very image of him, with those wild new whiskers of his. Hi, doggie!" he shouted, laughing. "March across to the Sergeant Major and claim your relationship." Shaking violently the scrag of his rapscallion tail, the dog trotted across to Singleton and raised a disreputable paw. "Wait till I get you back to the trenches," growled Singleton. "I'll wring your blessed necks, see if I don't." "And meanwhile," said Pinkerton, "we'll christen the new member of the family Trousers." But trousers was a fatal word to the dog. Whenever it was called, he went for the nearest pair of them with such a complete disregard for friend and foe alike that his name had to be changed by deed poll. And changed it was to Swanker. Swanker and Pinky soon became the dearest of friends, inseparable as David and Jonathan. Swanker's passion for companionship was only equalled by his irrepressible love for a scrap. He would fight anything with a tail and four legs. Though he was only a middleweight in the canine ring, he would drive at a Great Dane or a wolfhound with a cheerful disregard for consequences, and careless of life, death, or the great hereafter. Every French poodle in Boulogne fled at the distant sight of him. Once, along the Wimereux road, he met a dachshund, and, some uncanny instinct telling him that it was German, tore it to pieces in the bloodiest dog fight ever witnessed on the French coast. He got one fearful dusting at the hands, or rather the jaws, of a liver and tan bulldog, but he killed the bulldog, and the Royal Army Medical Corps corporal who sat up all night with him at the critical turning point of his wounds declared he had never assisted at such a wonderful rally. The pace was getting too hot to last. Pinkerton and McQuirk sat in solemn court-martial upon their outrageous pet. The accumulative evidence against poor Swanker was terrific. He was sentenced to death, to be shot at dawn. Sorrowfully, and with a sinking heart, Pinkerton borrowed a revolver, and one cold, cheerless morning, under a watery sunrise, led the shaggy-eared culprit out upon the yellow sands at low tide. McQuirk dug a deep hole with a trenching tool. Swanker, sitting by and watching the operation with the liveliest interest, imagining that this was a ratting expedition arranged entirely for his benefit and edification. Deeper and deeper grew the grave. Intenser and more eager the anticipatory quivers of Swanker. But no rat appeared. Only water began to gurgle up as McQuirk jabbed on, half-heartedly, at his sexton task. Then Swanker happened to look up. He saw his master standing by, revolver in hand, and the message of death shining through his tear-dimmed eye. Instantly the dog understood. They were intending to murder him, these bloodthirsty pirates, once his dear and devoted friends. He sat down upon his haunches, raised his ragged whiskers heavenward, and began to howl so mournfully that Pinkerton, with the tears actually streaming down his face, handed the revolver to McQuirk. "Here, Mac," he said, "you do it. You're a better shot." McQuirk took the revolver, looked at it, looked at the dog, and then flung the weapon into the yawning grave. "Be damned if I do," he growled. I'd rather shoot mysel'." Warned by his narrow escape from execution, Swanker became a model dog. The rake's progress had been checked, but his fame had already been noised abroad, even as far as that mysterious place known as General Headquarters, where, apparently, they know most things. So it happened that one fine day a challenge came down from headquarters, inviting Swanker to mortal combat with one Ugly. Thus ran the challenge: "We have heard of the exploits of Swanker, the property of Private Pinkerton. It is our firm belief that in our champion we possess the ugliest and the fiercest fighter in Flanders. We hereby challenge Corporal Swanker, A.S.C., to meet Sergeant Ugly, G.H.Q., to fight 25 rounds, catch as catch can, at any handy spot within or without the meaning of the Act. Stakes £5 a side, money down." "This is too good to miss," declared Pinkerton. "It's a soft thing." "Ay," said McQuirk, "and to back my sterling belief in Swanker's powers as a fighter, I'm prepared to risk that fiver you gave me, if anybody's making a book on the probabilities of the situation." Forthwith Swanker was put into strict training, much to his disgust. His jam was cut down, and he was put upon a diet of bully beef and biscuit to harden his teeth and augment his angry passions. There is no doubt that, after his escape from the death sentence, he had been getting soft, and rather apt to follow the line of least resistance. But soon the old devilry and the old snarl came back. He was allowed 1 or 2 rehearsals. The manner in which he polished his rivals off showed that Swanker was himself again. A heavy book was made on the forthcoming combat, and when the tense evening of the fight arrived, the arena was packed with a brown-faced throng, all athrob with expectation, and every man Jack with something on. Sergeant Ugly arrived from General Headquarters in a box inscribed "Smithson's Shredded Marmalade," strongly corded and very carefully perforated with air holes to allow for the deep breathing of G.H.Q's ferocious champion. Muted thunderstorms and volcanoes could be heard reverberating inside the marmalade case. Swanker was already in possession of the floor, striding up and down with a proud sense of ownership, and well aware that something was in the wind. The boys hailed him with a yell of encouraging welcome. But the Ugly contingent, and they were pretty strong, after a critical survey of Swanker's points, were prepared to sacrifice their shirts on the contents of the shredded marmalade box. In a tense silence, Ugly's trainer, a bandy-legged little Yorkshireman, uncorded the box, jerked the lid off, and tipped it at an angle of 45. Swanker stiffened, his forelegs wide apart like a wrestler at the crouch, his ears back, his spinal hairs erect and porcupinal. Whatever was inside that box, he was ready for it. Rat, cat, dog, or hippopotamus. Brrrr. He crouched for the spring, every inch and every ounce of him measured and steeled for the great combat. The marmalade box tipped over and fell on its side, and out of it emerged a yellowish-brown spectacle, frothing at one end and flickering at the other, lashed to fury. With a wild yell, Swanker bounded forward, bounded like a leopard, and then stopped suddenly, as the incarnate fury before him did exactly the same. For there, opposite Swanker, on the sanded floor, stood Swanker's exact and absolute double. Flesh of his flesh, bone of his bone, hair of his hair. Ugly, his twin brother, from the selfsame litter whose origin is wrapped, and ever will be, in the profoundest canine mystery. The recognition was mutual. Both dogs, rushing for the onslaught like tilting knights of old, pulled themselves up on their haunches, and came to astonished anchorage within a nose breadth of one another. The snarling anger on their countenances gave way to expressions of complete astonishment and amaze. They both gave utterance to the same ejaculation of sheer wonderment. "Well, I'm damned!" Then, with happy yelps of fond family acquaintanceship once more renewed, with merry gambol and cavort, they flung themselves, so to speak, into one another's arms. "I'll trouble ye for that fiver, Piper McQuirk," whispered an insinuating voice, and the Scot, having betted rashly for the first and last time in his life by backing Swanker to win outright, handed it over with a great sigh. "And to an Irishman too," he muttered. "There'll be another court-martial to morrow morning." That concludes Chapter 9 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 10 Baby Bunting. "This isn't exactly a healthy road for travelling in broad daylight," said Pinkerton. There goes another. With the wail of a lost spirit suffering a very bad attack of toothache, a roving shell screamed overhead, and Pinkerton and his companion wallowed in the mire for a spell, flat as flounders. "No," replied the engineer. "I should think it bally well isn't. But we ain't out here exactly for our health, what? Tah!" He spat out a mouthful of Germanous Flanders grit, and then raised his head, cautiously surveying the landscape. There were only two of them on this trip. Pinkerton, because he was supposed to know the road. There wasn't any road, but that didn't matter. And the young engineer, his companion. Pinkerton, travelling light, had his rifle and a few rounds of ammunition only with him. The engineer was unarmed. He was a pallid, slim young man, with a face sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, a tight, hard mouth, and crisp hair curling under his cap. Above his ears his hair showed grey, though he could not have been much over 20. But there is nothing unusual in that. Many of the sappers and miners of the Royal Engineers in this war are Methuselahs to look at. It is their job that makes them so. This young old man had a grey jersey tightly drawn over his shirt. He was wearing shorts and running shoes, and slung from his shoulder was a canvas bag. The general appearance of him reminded Pinkerton of the old paper chasing days at school, but the illusion of hare and hounds ended at the contents of the canvas bag. Inside it, instead of torn up copybooks, there reposed sticks of dynamite. The objective of this couple of adventurers was at present out of sight beyond a tuft of trees over the ridge known as No Man's Cemetery. It was a small farmhouse, perilously close to the German lines, and though invisible now to Pinkerton and his companion, could be plainly seen from the British position. And it was in the way. It had to be removed, speedily and with as little fuss as possible. 2 or 3 neatly placed shells could have done it easily enough, but that would have disclosed the lair of the recently arrived Royal Field Artillery battery. And until the time came for barking, that battery had to lie doggo. So the pleasant little task of lifting it was handed out to Corporal Anstruther, Royal Engineer, with Pinky as guide, philosopher and friend. Night is generally chosen for those ticklish jobs, but this being an emergency hustle, it had to be carried out in the full glare of day, somewhat to the annoyance of Mr. Anstruther. At this moment a devil's dance of shell and shrapnel was going on overhead and all around. For some reason or other, the German gunners were suffering a very jumpy attack of nerves. Presently there was a lull, and Pinkerton and the engineer took advantage of it to advance, in a succession of desperate crawls, to the ridge. Here another fusillade opened, and the two took shelter under the lee of a huge recumbent German. This elephantine Hun advertised very unpleasantly the fact that he had been dead many days. "Phew!" ejaculated Anstruther from his side of the body. "Kindly pass your gold-stoppered bottle of smelling salts, Pinky. I'd rather be punctured than poisoned, any day. Let's get a move on and chance the ducks." So they chanced it, and crawled along, snakily, toward the farmhouse. "There's somebody on the roof," said Pinkerton, as a bullet pinged past his ear. "Sniper," replied the engineer. "Wait until I get underneath him with this little box of tricks." He patted his canvas bag lovingly. "Then he'll wish he hadn't." The steel curve of his resolute mouth straightened out almost to a grin. Thanks to the broken ground in the vicinity, they reached the farmhouse without further adventure, and Pinkerton's job, according to his instructions, was over. But he intended staying to see the game through, at a safe distance. He watched Anstruther crawl toward a small lean-to, with a sloping roof of corrugated iron, built onto the northern end of the house. Carrying his precious canvas bag in his teeth like a retriever, the engineer wriggled through the small window and disappeared. From his hiding place behind the dunghill, Pinkerton watched the house, and particularly the roof, with the keen eye of the trained observer. Nothing moved, above or below. The farmhouse appeared to be empty and desolate, and the sniper vanished. Then, very gingerly, he crept round to the other side of the building, found an unboarded window pretty high up, hoisted himself by a sheer effort of muscle until his eyes were level with the sill, and looked into the room for an instant and no more. At the sight which confronted him, his grip gave way upon the edge of the window sill, and he fell back with a thud. He felt his hair rise. A sudden suffusion of cold sweat drenched him like a shower bath. Sitting in the middle of the room, at a small table, was a mild-featured, spectacled German, bald, fat, and beaming. Though he was wearing the familiar grey uniform and the high boots of the Saxon regiment to which he belonged, he presented more the appearance of an amiable retired pork butcher than a soldier. On his knee was a small child, extravagantly dressed in black, with a big black bow in her yellow hair. In spite of her garb of orphan woe, she was laughing gaily as the fat, fatherly old German jigged her up and down upon his knee, to the gallop, no doubt, of something akin to the old refrain, "Baby, baby Bunting, Daddy's gone a-hunting." The amazing, unexpected picture photographed itself indelibly upon Pinkerton's brain. It had been the merest lightning flash of a snapshot, but he remembered every tiny detail of it ever afterwards. The merry light in the child's blue eye, the flash of baby teeth as she laughed, the reflected beam of gaiety in the old German's countenance, his treble chin, the goggly gleam of his immense glasses, the shine of his bald head, the telephone at his elbow on the little table, even the huge signet ring on his finger. In a few seconds, according to the widest calculation, that farmhouse would be a splintered smash of utter ruin. Mr. Anstruther, Royal Engineer, was not a man to waste precious time. Already, no doubt, the fuse was laid, the young man in the football jersey deliberately ticking off the seconds. The problem was, what to do? The best thing, the quickest. Not an instant could be lost. 1,000 schemes flashed through Pinkerton's head, one tumbling over the other in confusion worse confounded. But it was instinct which sped him round to the other side of the house to meet Anstruther wriggling backwards out of the little window. He dropped lightly, turned and saw Pinkerton, pallid and gasping, standing by him. "Scoot!" said the engineer. "Best foot foremost, or it will be kingdom come. Why, what's up, man? You look as though you've seen a ghost." "Quick, quick, quick!" gasped Pinkerton, fighting for the words that would not come. "For God's sake, there's a kiddie in the house." "Christ!" said the engineer, jerking up his left arm and looking at the dial of his wristwatch. "In 65 seconds, I might just do it." He made a wild dive for the little window, like a swimmer, hands up. Pinkerton saw his legs squirming as he wormed his body through the aperture, and himself rushed round to the other side of the house. The latch of the door, which was closed, would not yield to his fumbling fingers. He hurled himself upon it, shoulder foremost, with the old football charge. It gave inwards with a resounding crash. He staggered into the room. The old German was still fondling the little French child. At the smash of the bursting door, he gathered her to his breast with one arm, and, seeing Pinkerton standing there, considered him, naturally enough, as an enemy. He grabbed his rifle and fired it one-handed and clumsily at Pinkerton. The noise of the explosion in the confined space of the small room was deafening. The bullet struck the ceiling high over Pinkerton's head. The child screamed. "Out! Out!" yelled Pinkerton. "Give me the child, you idiot! This house is mined. In less than half a minute we shall all be blown to hell." "Acht!" jabbered the German, who did not comprehend. And as he was preparing to fire again, Pinkerton flung himself upon the vast bulk of the man, hit him a smashing blow under the jaw. It was cruel, with so old a man, but necessary, and dragged the screaming child away. And as he backed out of the door, still urging the old man to follow him, he saw the bewildered Hun groping for the telephone receiver. Then he ran and ran, with the child half strangling him as she clutched at his neck. After all, perhaps, Anstruther, Royal Engineer, had managed to break the fuse in time. There had been no explosion. Wonderful chap, Anstruther. He looked back. There was the farmhouse, quiet, lonely, and silent as ever. "I want to go back home," wailed the frightened child. "Take me back home." She waved her little hand toward the farmhouse, then stared with amazed, wide-open eyes as the whole building suddenly collapsed. A puff of smoke shot out from the roof. Then there was a roar, and the shock of it flung Pinkerton and the child unharmed upon the soft earth. Corporal Anstruther, Royal Engineer, had accomplished the first part of the task he had set out to do. As for the second, well, something must have gone wrong with the time fuse, or, perhaps, the amiable old Hun, the pork butcher in uniform, had blundered again. We shall never know, for the record of Corporal Anstruther's career ends, in the official list, thus: Anstruther, James, Corporal, Royal Engineer, missing. That concludes Chapter 10 of Private Pinkerton, Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 5. Section 6 of Private Pinkerton, Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 11 and 12. Chapter 11. Home, Sweet Home. Home again. Not a flying matinee, as was occasioned by the special visit to Jessie in Lant Street, Borough, and the delivery of her diamonds, but a real holiday this time, won and worked for most valiantly. Funny feeling this, mused Pinkerton, as he found himself in the Waterloo Road at 2 o'clock on a cold and clammy morning, well plastered with dried Flanders mud, unshaven, gummy-eyed, and such a rapscallion to look upon that he would not have been surprised had a policeman come along and arrested him there and then as a wanderer without visible means. Instead of which, a bright-eyed damsel with vermilion lips and a priceless ostrich feather curling saucily over her left ear, danced up alongside. "Hello, Ducky," said she. "Back again?" "I fancy there must be some mistake," began Pinkerton, icily polite. "I don't think I have the pleasure." "Oh, rats!" retorted the lady. "Come off the grass, Marmaduke. But no offence meant, Algernon. I should think, to look at you, you're one of them onward Christian soldiers' boys. I guess I know what you want. Hymns, hot coffee, and hallelujahs. Come along, I'll lead you to it. Don't be frightened. I ain't going to eat you." "As for the hymns," said Pinkerton, looking this bold young Amazon straight in the eye, "I don't feel exactly inclined for bursting into song at the present moment, but the hot coffee would be most acceptable." So, without more ado, the lady of the ostrich feather seized our hero by the arm and led him fearlessly into the anti-Zeppelin gloom of South London, depositing him presently at a wide doorway bearing the triangular insignia of the Y.M.C.A. "Nip inside," said she, "and have a good old blow-out. It's only a tanner, and the hymns is optional." I'm very much obliged," stammered Pinkerton, hesitating. "But—" "Oh," said the girl suddenly, "I see how the land lies. Why didn't you tell me, silly?" She dived into the flashy little vanity bag hanging on her arm, produced sixpence from it, and forced it into Pinkerton's hand. "There, Clarence!" she cried. "Ta-da! Now you're a bloomin' millionaire. And don't make a nasty little beast of yourself with the tanner." The blooming millionaire shook his head. "I really couldn't think," he began hastily. But before he could return the sixpence, Gloriana of the ostrich curl had vanished. A mocking laugh rang out of the enfolding darkness. In the big, warm, aromatic room of the YMCA, Pinkerton found a sufficiency of spiritual and material consolation to keep him going for a long time. Heart cakes and hot coffee filled him with comfort and warmth. He found no immediate necessity to spend the sixpence thrust upon him by his unknown friend. He never intended to. He meant to treasure it, for luck. Besides, he was a millionaire, and sixpence was sixpence. With the disappearance of the last heart cake, hymn books were handed round to the crowd of replete and sleepy Tommies. A jolly, fat old gentleman with a shiny bald head, comically ringed with little curls below the ears, gave out a hymn with such gusto and such a beam behind his wide spectacles that it sounded as if he were making a joke. Hymn 79 in the appendix, omitting the 6th, 7th and 8th verses. Now, all together, boys.
Lift up your heads, ye gates of brass, ye bars of iron yield.
The tune was the grand old air of St. Anne. There were some tough and terrible sinners in this strange, mud-splashed congregation, but every malefactor of them knew the tune, and they absolutely ripped it out, much to the delight of the comical old gentleman with the curls. "Capital, capital," says he, waving his arms. "That's grand. Now for the next verse. Give it tongue."
That banner brighter than the star that leads the train of night shines on the march and guides from far his servants to the fight.
"Let's have a deco at the Book o' Words, mate," whispered the soldier sinner who was standing next to Pinkerton. "They've overlooked me in handing out the glory. Just my luck. But I want to bear a hand in this. It's real jam." So Pinkerton shared his hymn book, and together these two battle-scarred veterans obeyed the precept of the curly-haired old gentleman, and made the rafters ring.
Though few and small and weak your bands, strong in your captain's strength, go to the conquest of all lands, all must be his at length.
Never, in the history of ancient and modern, was a hymn trolled forth with more gusto, more ripe relish. A wonderful chord was struck in the hearts of these homing warriors. The beauty of the words, the swing of the grand old tune, appealed to them. They bombarded the listening night with the melody of it. At the end of the verse, Pinkerton's companion, bursting with a patriotic enthusiasm nothing could restrain, jumped upon his chair, and almost before the last word had died away, carolled with great heart, "Singing Roll Britannia, Britannia roll the waves, Britain's never, never, never." Every man in the room took it up, and even the harmoniumist, who had been framing his fingers to strike the final chord of Amen, rose to the occasion at the right moment, found the key of Rural Britannia, and carried on, shoving the knee swell out as far as it would go, to fortissimo. It was prime. The obese gentleman with the little curls round his ears mopped his shiny brow and stared round him in amazement. "Well, well," he cried, beaming once more. "Boys will be boys, and, I suppose, soldiers will be soldiers. That was very stirring, 'pon my soul it was, and quite original. And now, perhaps the young gentleman who was responsible for that quite entertaining intermezzo would oblige the assembled company by getting up once more and saying a few words." The Rule Britannia enthusiast turned pale with a fear greater than the fear of Germans at their worst. "Oh Lord," he murmured in Pinkerton's ear, "now I have been and gone and done it. I always am going and doing it, worse luck. If I did think that there hymn wanted a sort of rounding up with a chorus, why didn't I let it go at that, and keep my mouth shut? And now they want me to get up on my hind legs and preach. Me!" He groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Just a few words," urged Pinkerton, "in the spirit of Rule Britannia. It would please the old gentleman." "Not for nuts, not for monkey nuts," he declared, still looking very frightened. "Well?" The plump gentleman beamed more than ever in the direction of Private Pinkerton and his trembling neighbour, who, at this, rose unsteadily to his feet amid a rattle of applause from the assembled soldiery. "Begging your pardon, sir, and comrades all," he said in a hoarse, husky voice, "it really can't be done. Doctor's orders, sir, and comrades all. But I'm suffering from the effects of asphyxiating gas poisoning." He ended his apologia in a hoarse, horrible whisper, and sank down upon his seat again in a well simulated attitude of absolute exhaustion. "Take me out of this," he whispered to Pinkerton in a hurried aside. "Take me out, or I shall go off pop." In the cold, cheerless glimmer of an autumn dawn, Pinky and his new acquaintance turned up their khaki collars to their ears, and their tired, grimy faces to the sunrise. The alleged sufferer from asphyxiating gas poisoning produced a purloined heart cake from his pocket and nibbled at it. "Where now, matey?" he said crummily. "Home," replied Pinkerton with great cheerfulness. "Ho!" retorted the humorist, with more bitterness than humour in his voice, husky no longer now that the rotund gentleman of the curls and the hymn books was beyond earshot. "Home, is it? Carriages at 2:30 a.m. Carriages in the Waterloo Road? I don't think." "Well, there's always Shanks's pony," remarked the amiable Pinky, "and Euston Station isn't a Berlin route march from here. That's my jumping off place. And you?" Private Pinkerton's companion laughed, a hard, mirthless laugh. "Me? Home? My name's Bill Bailey, and I ain't got no home. I'm a expletive outcast, I am, when I'm at home. When I'm in the army, I'm just a expletive number 67883. And if I was pipped, nobody would shed a tear over me, unless it might happen to be the cat's meat man in Blood Lane, Oxton, who I owe a bob to. and just now I'm a loose-ended, sentimental, immoleran hooligan with nothing to do but go on the jag and get jugged. And serve me expletive well right. Then, if that's the case, said Pinkerton briskly, you might as well come along with me. There's room for two of us at my little place. It's rather a long way, but I hope you won't mind the journey. Right-o, I'm game, replied Mr. Bailey as he cheerily linked his arm with Pinkerton's. Lead on, Mac, whatever your bloomin' name is. That concludes Chapter 11 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 12. The Killing of the Fatted Calf. Crumpets and Christianity, mused Mr. William Bailey, yawning cosily in his corner of the railway carriage, as he surveyed past events in a philosophic vein. Not so bad, mate, eh? Served up, hot and smokin', 4 wicked young soldiers let out of hell for a bit, to get their second wind, so to speak. They're a well-meanin' lot, these YMCA blokes, the you may come againers, I call 'em. But he shook his head. Look here, broke in Pinkerton, who was mortal tired and wanted to go to sleep. You go and get yourself filled up to your back teeth with their heart cakes and their hot coffee, and then you start criticising them. Ungrateful swine. Me? Ungrateful? Not a bit of it, declared the soldier. I was only going to remark, when you blew in, that they very nearly succeeded in converting me for the 17th time, being originally a Plymouth brother. Oh, groaned Pinkerton. A Plymouth brother by birth and upbringing, went on Mr. Bailey with a bland smile. A burglar by conviction, 5 convictions at least, and finally a soldier by force of circumstances over which I had no control worth speaking of. A burglar? Gasped Pinkerton. Ye gods and little fishers! He suddenly realised what he had let himself in for, and didn't quite know whether to laugh or to be angry at the dilemma. But he showed a cheerful face to the impasse, and laughed. Well, what of it? Asked the militant cracksman. Haven't I done my little bit? And what are you, I should like to know? You might be a murderer, or a millionaire, or a cheesemonger. I don't exactly know which of the three's the worst. And haven't you done your little bit? Blood and quids and cheese, we're all in it, run or not, first past the post. So, what's the odds? Here. Mr. Bailey dived into the depths of his all-containing pocket and produced a further relic of the hospitable you may come againers. Have another art cake. Realising, for the first time, what it was to feel like an accessory after the fact and a receiver of stolen property rolled into one, Private Pinkerton accepted. The train stopped with a complaining squeak of wheels at the little wayside station nearest to Thornycroft, Pinkerton's ancestral mansion, and there, at the carriage door, stood Pinkerton's faithful retainer, with a pile of fur rugs over his arm. Inside this honest soul's neat blue livery a fierce furnace was raging, a Vesuvian roar of welcome which very nearly burst every coat button. But, like the well-trained servant that he was, Rogers showed no outward sign of the tumult within, except, perhaps, for a certain watering at the corners of the eye and a twitching of the ears, such as dogs display in moments of intense suppressed excitement. If ever a human creature was near busting, he remarked later to the lady of his heart, that human creature was me. All he did was to salute, smartly, breathing hard. "Very pleased to see you, Rogers," said Pinkerton. "All well?" "All well, sir." "And the estate, and the pheasants?" "Top hole, sir, begging your pardon. The estate's on its hind legs with hanticipation, sir. And as for the pheasants, they're all dying, sir." "That's bad," said Pinkerton. "What in the world's the matter with them?" "Not so bad, sir," answered Rogers with a grin. "They're all dying to be shot by the master, sir." As this dialogue proceeded, the eyes of Mr. William Bailey grew big and round with wonderment. "Here," he began, "what's this? What are you letting me in for, mate?" "It's all serene," laughed the master of Thornycroft, seizing the militant burglar by the arm and shoving him into the close carriage standing by, whence he followed him. The door banged, Rogers nipped up into the box seat, and they were off. With an eye to the comfort of the home-coming master, Mrs. Millward, the housekeeper at the Croft, had abundantly loaded the interior of the carriage with furs and hot water bottles. Mr. Bailey's eyes assumed the semblance of saucers. "What in Jerusalem's all this?" he said, fumbling at the furs and the hot water appliances. "Is it an hearse, or is it a hambulance? Well, I s'pose I shall wake up presently and find myself in the same bloody old trench. What are you laughing at, Father Christmas?" "Oh, just thoughts," replied Private Pinkerton, wiping his eyes. "This, Mr. Bailey, is home." "Oh, cheese it," growled the burglar. "Don't go a rubbing of it in." For a moment he was angry. Then he felt ashamed of himself, and then, wrapping himself snugly in one of the Good Samaritan furred blankets, fell to chuckling. In the middle of his somewhat forced hilarity, the carriage stopped at the irresistible challenge of a bevy of village school children who, grouped beneath a huge oak tree, sang with glad, clear little voices the national anthem and "Here's a health unto His Majesty." "What's that for?" asked the burglar, cocking a listening ear. "That's for us," replied Private Pinkerton, blushing and tremendously delighted. "Well, if I ain't damned, all ends up," declared Mr. Bailey, poking head and shoulders out of the carriage and bowing elaborately to the enthusiastic kiddies. Then he sank back, with a plutocratic sigh, upon the soft cushions, and produced another heart cake. "Now I know just what it feels like to be Queen Victoria," said he. There is no need to dwell at length upon the further incidents of that wonderful drive to the Croft. The cheers of the tenants gathered here and there at the wayside, flag wavings, handkerchief flutterings, an address of welcome on thorny village green, read with tremendous dignity by Mr. Tubbins, the vicar's churchwarden, and subscribed by everybody, the Ancient of Days who couldn't write, making their mark with as great a pride as though they were signing and sealing Magna Charta, and many another pleasant, heart-warming incident. All that and much more. But we cannot refrain from letting out one little incident, though Pinky might say, perhaps, that it wasn't quite fair. How, when about midway through the park, by a neat little cottage all ivy-covered and deliciously snug and comfy, Private Pinkerton, lord now and monarch of all he surveyed, stopped the carriage, slipped out, and played a tattoo with his grubby knuckles upon the oak. The door flies open, and there, in the frame of it, stands as pretty a picture as ever you could wish to set eyes on, a neat slip of a girl with braided hair, bright sparkling eyes, the flush of health upon her plump cheeks. Jessie, by all that's wonderful. Jessie of Lant Street, Borough, London, S.E., the girl that Browney left behind him. The flush deepens on her pretty face. The sparkle in her eyes leaps to a flame. She hesitates for a moment, and then jumps at Private Pinkerton, flinging her arms round his neck. "Why," she cries, halfway between laughter and tears, "if it ain't Bill, William the Conqueror!" And she kisses him again with a smack so resounding that the imperturbable Rogers loses his imperturbability for the first and only time in recorded history. "Oh," says he, "the minx, the forward hussy." As for Mr. Bailey, watching the scene from the carriage window, Mr. Bailey is by this time too far gone to be disturbed at anything that might happen. "Let 'em all come," is his comment on the situation, and he produces another heart cake, the very last. Then there is the welcome, the real welcome home at the Hall, with Mrs. Millward all smiles and sweet solicitude. The dogs, from the Great Dane to the tiny Pekingese, mad with joy over the return of their master, but somewhat suspicious, as all well brought up dogs naturally would be, of their master's cracksman pal. The servants in a flutter of excitement. Everything, to quote Mr. Bailey's own comment on the situation, all bottled Bass and Bath buns. And, finally, the dinner that night in the famous Yellow Room, with a very select and special house party gathered there. Mr. Bailey, resplendent in evening dress borrowed from the butler, takes down Lady Angelica. Bless you, he is already quite at home in all this elegant revelry. He has taken to it like a duck to water. He is already a hero. Pinky chuckles to himself as he watches the comedy proceeding, catching here and there a sentence of the polite conversation. "I don't suppose, Lady Angelica," says Mr. Bailey, warming over his wine, "that you've ever been, in a manner of speaking, to hell." Not yet, Mr. Bailey," replies her ladyship, flashing a pair of violet eyes at her companion. "Would you care to know what it's like?" "I should be charmed," declares Lady Angelica. "Well," says Mr. Bailey, filling up Lady Angelica's half-emptied glass of 82 port with 79 sherry. Well, it's like this here. That concludes Chapter 12 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 6. Section 7 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 13 and 14. Chapter 13. Uncle Sam. Mr. William Bailey, ex-burglar, Munchausen in deeds of derring-do, weaver of wonderful tales, was the great success of the house party invited to Thornycroft to welcome Pinky home. He shone like a star. His displays were meteoric, albeit a trifle startling. His vocabulary was as mixed as the wines he consumed, but his heroic spirit never wavered. With the rector on one side of him, and Lady Angelica on the other, he kept them both fully occupied and abundantly entertained. He was the hero of the hour. There was something Miltonic in the lurid picture of hell in Flanders he drew for the edification and somewhat to the consternation of Lady Angelica. He finished up with a wholly imaginative tribute to Pinkerton, to whom, he properly thought, something was due for the enjoyment of this present bliss. "And there," he said, balancing a piece of filleted sole upon his silver fork, "and there, Lady Angelina, and ladies and gentlemen all, amid all this horror and blood and gore, with jaggy bits of the British Army falling all around like a red snowstorm, and the ground earthquaking and heaving as if the whole of France had swallowed the North Sea for her emetic, and was, begging your pardon, catting up its immortal soul, there on the edge of a mine crater, as cool as a leash of cowcumbers in a ice cream shop, stood our gallant and honourable host, shooting down Germans with one hand with a revolver which was red hot, and smoking woodbines with the other. So calm he was that you might have fought him on Hackney Marshes on a pleasant Sunday afternoon, except, perhaps, for the rather extravagant way he had with him in getting through the gaspers, about one woodbine to every 6 Germans. The fact that he had never met Pinkerton in his life before they shared the same hymn book at the YMCA Heartcake Festival only a few hours back was more of an encouragement than a drawback to the imaginative dynamo of Mr. Bailey. The Homeric spirit had descended upon him. The song of battles leaped from his lips, and through it all his Achilles, his Hector, was Private Pinkerton. Midway through the third narrative of Pinkerton's single-handed harrying of the Huns, and on the crest of an improbability that even Mr. Bailey admitted to himself was a trifle tall, the next course, grouse, arrived. The belligerent burglar bent over it for a moment in an attitude of respectful, though a little mistrustful, consideration. "This reminds me, Lady Angelina," he said, taking a deep breath, "of the trenches after our little scrap at Festubert. I rather think this chicken has been dead a pretty long time, like the No, I don't think I will. I wonder, now, if they've got any sausage and mashed?" "I'm afraid not, Mr. Bailey. I've never heard of that dish." "Never? Well, the nobility and gentry are a rum lot. You don't know what's good for you half your time. Never heard of sausage and mashed? It beats me. If my old pal Mr. Harris, the Sausage King, heard that, why, he'd turn in his grave, notwithstanding the weight of the marble monument holding him down." "Do try the grouse, Mr. Bailey. I'm sure you'll find it excellent." "Well, mum, here goes. If you'll be kind enough to pass the chloride of lime. And that reminds me, mum, have you ever—" He paused and looked inquiringly into the bright, merry face of Lady Angelica. "Have I ever what?" said his companion encouragingly. Mr. Bailey shook his head. "Nah," he said, "I'd better not. P'raps it's hardly a question, hardly a fair question." He turned to the rector, deciding after a moment's consideration to put the problem to him. "Have you ever, Reverend Sir," he said, "worn the same pair of trousers day and night on end for 6 weeks?" The clergyman sat up suddenly and coughed. "Good gracious!" he cried in alarm. "What an extraordinary question! Have I? Have I? No, most decidedly not, sir." "Well," replied Mr. Bailey, slowly and solemnly, "I have, sir. And until you have, you don't know what life is. I'll give you my early bird. And as for the Germans, well, I won't say what I was a-going to say in case of wounding the suspectabilities of present company, but I'll tell you this, Reverend Sir." "Yes," said the rector, toying somewhat nervously with his grouse. "Yes, sir, for niffiness, and it's gospel truth I'm tellin' yer, for haroma, mortification and peppermints, are eau de cologne and rose water compared with them uns. Some of the prisoners we nabbed, it was at Lewes or thereabouts, I'm thinkin', some of 'em fair hummed, and 2 of 'em in particular, one what called hisself Fritz and t'other Carl. 'What are we going to do with the blighters, sir?' says the sergeant major to our colonel, who was a particular sort of man with rather a weak stomach. 'Do you think,' says the colonel, nipping of his nostrils with his thumb and forefinger, 'do you think chucking 'em into the incinerator and stoking up hard 'ud be any good? If you do, then carry on, Sergeant Major.' But the Sergeant Major, being an humane sort of a bloke, and also being a little bit that way hisself through circumstances over which he had no control, thought he'd try another way first. So he took Fritz along and handed him over to a couple of orderlies, telling them to strip him to the buff and boil him in the canteen copper, and give him what for with a scrubbing brush and a bar of monkey brand, with an occasional solo on the curry comb. They'd been scrubbing and curry combing him for about 10 minutes when they come to a grey flannel shirt." "Dear me," murmured the rector, "how very extraordinary." With a little shudder, Lady Angelica pushed away her plate and gazed dreamily, with unseeing eyes, at the vaulted ceiling. "And the other gentleman, the one you called Carl, Mr. Bailey, What happened to Carl? Though her appetite languished, her curiosity was still athirst. "Well, mum," replied Mr. Bailey, "there happened to be a little discussion on in the officers' mess as to which nift, that is smelt, mum, as to which smelt the worst, a goat or a German. Quite a considerable lot of quids was wagered on the point, and as soon as all the bets had been properly booked, they brought the goat in first, and our colonel, being what I've told you, fainted."
Dear me, said the rector.
"And then?" Lady Angelica leaned forward, her face alive with interest. "And then," replied Mr. Bailey, "they brought in the other German, him what called hisself Carl, and the goat fainted." After dinner there was the usual happy-go-lucky, go-as-you-please revelry. Very sleepy, and as contented as a man-eating tiger after a full meal, Mr. Bailey was decoyed into the drawing-room, where he sat enthroned amid soft curtains like a plump and languorous pasha. Lady Angelica sang, and sang very sweetly, "Oh, that we two were Maying," and she sang it direct at Mr. Bailey, who, in spite of himself, and dimly conscious of the compliment, nodded, and presently slept, in spite of the novel surroundings and the soft harmony which breathed over and around him like a benediction. The sad, melodious voice went on, "Oh, that we two were lying under the churchyard sod." Then Mr. Bailey awoke with a start. "No, no," he said, "the bet's off," and, rising with some difficulty from his bed of roses, he made his way to the card room, where auction bridge was the order of the night. He was inveigled to take a hand, made an inglorious hash of it, and, declaring that Uncle Sam was the only card game worth 2 rows of pin, undertook to instruct the whole company in the mysteries and the ramifications of it. Uncle Sam, as anybody who has ventured it knows, is about twice as exciting and half as dangerous as bomb throwing and bayonet charges. "It's as easy as kiss your hand, gentlemen," he declared, and they all came in riotously, with the result that within half an hour Mr. Bailey, on capital borrowed from Pinkerton, himself a victim, had won £50 and held an IOU of the rector's for £3 17 shillings and sixpence. His smile as he pocketed the spoils was a picture. It was the friendly butler who, at the witching hour, carried Mr. Bailey upstairs to bed, and there, in the haunted room of Thornycroft, he slept a dreamless and untroubled sleep until high noon. The gibbering wraith of Colonel Pinkerton, that valiant old Roundhead who went gallantly to his death for the cause, troubled him not, though he came out as in duty bound from behind the wainscot, groaned 6 times in accordance with the tradition of the ghostly legend, and clashed his blood-stained gyves over the unconscious head of the slumbering cracksman. Even had he awakened to the spectral summons, Mr. Bailey would, no doubt, have been equal to the occasion. But he slept as a babe sleeps, dreamless and undisturbed. This day was sacred to a great pheasant drive amid the rich coverts of Thorney, but Mr. Bailey, being no hand at a shotgun, found an excuse for wandering off on his own. There were only a few hours left. He explained that he wanted to be by himself and to meditate a bit. So he was allowed to go his own sweet way. "Which way did you say, mate?" asked the Uncle Sam champion of the friendly butler. "Down the Park Road for half a mile, sir, and then the first to the left. That's the Thorney Arms. You can't possibly miss the sign." "And you're sure there's honest liquor there? None of your bubbly far-lars, all splutter and splash and no body to it? A man's drink." "The best 4 ale, sir, in the whole of Norfolk." "Then fix bayonets and lead me to it," said Mr. Bailey, squaring his shoulders and licking his lips. "And here, thank you for your kindness and the clobber you swaddled me in. If you'll oblige me by accepting this." And with the air of a monarch conferring an earldom upon an undertaker, Mr. Bailey softly pressed into the reluctant palm of the butler the rector's IOU for £3 17s and 6d. That concludes Chapter 13 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 14. The Merry Manglers Club. It was a wonderful night of stars. On his way to the Thorney Arms, Mr. Bailey gazed up at them romantically with a professional glint in his eye. "What a crib to crack!" he murmured to himself. "All them twinklin' diamonds. And I suppose there's burglars as well as harp twangers among the cherubims and seraphims and things. And everything in the shop window simply asking for it." But his thoughts did not wander long among the stars. He was soon within eyeshot of his destination, as snug and heartening a tavern as the most ardent wassailer could wish for. The windows, with their red blinds, sent out a ruddy glow. Over the rustic porch hung a banner with the word "Welcome" in scarlet letters on a white ground. There was a jolly atmosphere about the place of home-brewed ale. The very air tasted of it, and Mr. Bailey smacked his lips as he raised the latch and entered. "Let me see," mused the blissful burglar, who had by this time worked up a thirst that he wouldn't have parted with for much fine gold. Is it a pub I observe before my wandering eyes? Or shall I wake up presently in the same old bedroom of corpses and chloride of lime? It's too good to be true, William, me lad. Not a public, so much as a quart pot of paradise with the froth on. Oi, landlord!" He was in the passage now, hung with its quaint old sporting prints, aromatic of fat, bulging casks and whispering cobwebs and crusted port. "Oi, landlord!" "Comin', sir, comin'." And here was the landlord, just as he ought to have been, a plump, jovial personage with a ruddy face, like ripe apples, a merry eye, and a voice as rich as the contents of his own barrels and beakers. "Four pennyworth of the foamin'," cried Mr. Bailey, gaily rattling the silver he had won from the rector. "Can't be done, sir." responded the landlord, as jolly and as cheerful as you please. What? Cried the disappointed visitor, and his face fell. Not for 499 fourpences, replied Boniface with a chuckle. Button up your pocket, sir, and walk in. It's flowin' free tonight, and you're just in time for the toast of the evening. March straight into the Holy of Holies, sir, and we shall be pleased to make you an honorary member of the Merry Manglers, in celebration of this here bright day which sees the boss, God bless him, safe and sound home again, with not so much as a front tooth missin'. Why, bless my heart and soul! He noticed for the first time the glitter of Mr. Bailey's borrowed evening clothes. Bless my heart and soul and stockings if you bain't one of the gentry from the great house. Then, if I may be so bold as to say it, all the more welcome to this humble inn. Mr. Bailey bowed. With splendid ceremony he entered. No, he didn't exactly enter. He was solemnly ushered into the club room, where through a blue and shimmering haze of tobacco smoke, real pipe shag of the right sort, he observed before him, in all their glory, the nuts of the Pinkerton estate. The chairman, with the face of a ripe tomato, and the paunch of Falstaff himself, was in the midst of a speech. And so I say, gentlemen and brothers all, that this here society, the Royal and Antediluvian Order of Mangold Wuzzlers, known for short as the Merry Manglers, I say, gentlemen and brothers all, that if this here Kaiser only knowed what we was up to this night, his marrow'd freeze in his miserable bloomin' carcass. And having said that, unaccustomed as I am to public speakin', that's all I'm a-goin' to say, except to propose the toast of the evenin', which is Darnation to the Kaiser. The toast, the first part of it was drunk in solemn silence, no heel taps, but full, foaming goblets, from the rim to the dregs. Then again the chairman rose, vast and impressive. Gentlemen all and brother Manglers, said he, fill up your glasses once more. The injunction was obeyed. All charged, gentlemen and brothers? All charged, Mr. Chairman. And our extinguished visitor, is he all charged? Right up to the bloomin' muzzle, said Mr. Bailey. You bet I'm in this, being an interested party, so to speak. Then, said the chairman, raise your glasses, Manglers all, raise your glasses. The merry Manglers, one and all, raised their glasses. Sayin' arter me, and may old Nick fly off with him? To which the merry Manglers chorused, and may old Nick fly off with him. To the bottomless pit, to the bottomless pit, and there may he everlastingly frizzle, and there may he everlastingly frizzle. Body, soul, and breeches. To which the merry Manglers chorused, fortissimo, body, soul, and breeches. It was a solemn, awful moment. In the whirl of that tremendous curse, the tobacco smoke floating across the room took on a more spectral hue. The tomato tint on the chairman's face flamed with a redoubled menace, and it only needed a crash of thunder from the heavens above them to crown the shattering malediction. But the cloudless sky smiled on in its midnight dress of spangled diamonds. Besides, it was the wrong end of the calendar for thunderstorms, so the curse was punctuated by the ever-ready Mr. Bailey. "Amen," said he, and smashed his glass as a signal for all the other merry Manglers to do likewise, which they did, much to the consternation of the landlord. "Here, I say, gents," he began. But when Mr. Bailey assured him that it was all for the good of his king and country, and a necessary item in the damnation of the Kaiser and all his works, he saw the point, and condoned the sacrifice of his crockery. Of course, it became necessary for Mr. Bailey to make a speech. It was the only speech he ever made in his life, apart from that short, sharp spasm of oratory when, in the dear dead days beyond recall, he had to respond, on more than one occasion, to the toast of Mr. Justice Somebody or other, "Not guilty, my lord." I am sorry not to be able to reproduce verbatim our hero's winged words. True, they, or the substance of them, appeared later on in the sedate pages of the thorny Parish Magazine, so carefully edited by the rector that they read more like a quotation from Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Dying than the real unbridled Bill Bailey stuff. Though speech making was alien to him at ordinary times, and his tongue, to use his own immortal phrase, was "handcuffed to the roof of his mouth," the spirit of the occasion, urged to eloquence by the heartening qualities of the old ale of the Thorny Arms, gat hold upon him, his tongue was unloosed, and he let himself go. What was it, he asked, he saw around him? Who were they, living on the fat and the foam of the land, getting up on their hind legs once a week, so he was assured by his friend and host the landlord, foaming at the mouth like members of Parliament, fighting the battles of Flanders and Waterloo and Hastings, to say nothing of Gallipoli and the Dardy Bloomin' Owls in the comfortable fur-lined saddleback trenches of the Thorny Arms? Who? "Hear, hear," said Mr. Gilead, rather faintly, feeling that somebody ought to say something. "I should like to know who it is what says them words," rapped out Mr. Bailey. "Kindly stand up and let's have a look at him." Mr. Gilead kindly stood up, blushing through the haze. "Ha!" muttered the burglar, glaring at him. "Just as I thought. Youngish man, fit and hard, good shoulders, beefy in the bosom, unmarried?" Yes, sir," stammered Mr. Gilead, blushing. "Unmarried for the present, sir, but living in hope, sir." "Then why the blazes aren't you out there fighting the expletive Kaiser in the trenches, instead of cussing him in the bar parlour of a perishin' pub? Answer me that, Mr. Whatever your bloomin' name is." "What, me?" said Mr. Gilead in a tone of lively alarm. "Me? Why, sir, they couldn't spare me. I'm the parish sexton, sir, and if I was to go, who'd there be to dig the graves, to say nothin' of windin' up the church clock once a week which takes a mortal lot o' larnin'. Sexton? Gravedigger? Why, bless my soul,' cried Mr. Bailey, 'you're the very man we want out there. Why, only the other day General French, he says to me, "Mr. Bailey," he says, "if I could only get out one or two of them sextons what live in Norfolk to come along here and give the boys a lead in trench diggin', he says, we should get them Germans bottled up in next to no time. I'll give you my early bird. You don't happen to know," he says, "a chap named—" Here Mr. Bailey whispered a quick question into the ear of the landlord, and received an equally quick reply. "Named Gilead," he says. Thus did the wily Mr. Bailey, by sprinkling salt judiciously upon the tail of Mr. Gilead, make a man and a soldier of him in next to no time. And thus did he rope in half a dozen other stalwart members of the Merry Manglers Club, before the landlord, in mortal fear of losing most of his profitable customers, nipped Mr. Bailey's smart plot in the bud. "Time, gentlemen," he called. "Time. Out you go, every mother's son of you." That concludes Chapter 14 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 7. Section 8 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 15 and 16. Chapter 15. Romeo and Juliet. "Out, merry manglers, one and all!" cried the landlord of the Thorny Arms, "or I shall lose my licence, and you'll lose one of the few things that are worth living for. Out and home!" "The country pubs they close at 10, so home ye go, tripping heel and toe. Home ye go, my merry, merry men, with a folder-roll diddle and a folder-roll dough, to wake up brisk in the morning." So home they all steered, singing the old lilt, and they needed some steering, most of them, as Mr. Bailey remarked, watching them wending. "I wonder," said Mr. Bailey to himself, "if that there hefty young gravedigger will wake up brisk in the mornin' with a roll-to-roll fiddle and a napper on him clear enough to remember his solemn sworn oath to me and his king and his country. I wonder. I guess I'd better call round at the cemetery early to morrow and just give him the office. Let me see now." He paused and planted his feet firmer upon Mother Earth, who, though sleeping, seemed to our mellow hero to be breathing rather harder than usual from the heave of her gentle breast. "Steady now, steady, old lady, that's only me. Now, which way was it I started out on this route march, with a folder-roll diddle and a folder-roll dough? Ha! Got it this time, William, my lad. So you're not so old as you thought you was. Now, when I started, the wind was blowing in my left ear hole. Therefore, if I remember any of my scouting drill, it should be blowing in my right waggler now, and so waft me home with a folder-roll diddle. Right-o." He swung round and bent his grizzled head. The night wind whispered softly, according to his reckoning. "Good old Tempest," said the burglar warrior in a conciliatory tone. "That's right. Keep her up, and blow me home a mother. Between us, windy old cock, we'll strike our billets presently." And so, through the calm sweet night, with the solicitous zephyrs of heaven wafting this rudderless bark to the restful haven of Thorney Hall, Mr. Bailey, bearing a charmed life, passed on. The fairies were out in the moonshine, dancing around him. He heard them singing. He swore he did. "Home ye go, my merry Mr. Bailey, with a folder-roll diddle and a folder-roll do." Whether it was the singing of the fairies, or the magic of the moonshine, or the ripe, rich ale of the Thorny Arms, or a goblin mixture of them all, which was most likely, Mr. Bailey confessed to being smitten with a passionate throb of romance as he hove to and came to anchor on the lawn of dear old Pinky's ancestral dwelling. He discovered then, and not a moment before, that he was carrying in his right hand a fairy wand. Whence had this magic wand come? How had it materialised? Had he, William Bailey, a person with a besmirched and burglarious past, had he, under the wizard's spell of this wonderful English knight, been metamorphosised into a fairy? Or, said he to himself wistfully, am I more tiddly than I thought I was? There was no answer from the enfolding night. He looked up into high heaven. He saw the bright stars, ashine and wonderful. He saw the round full orb of the placid moon, and as he looked upon her face she deliberately winked at him, winked and shook her head. By the light of her countenance he held up and examined more closely the fairy wand. And then he discovered that what he really held in his hand was the poker from the fireplace of the Thorny Arms. "How in the world did I come by you?" said he. The poker refused to reply. Not even an echo answered. The lights in all the lower windows of the hall were out. The great oaken door was barred and bolted from the inside. Mr. Bailey shook it and barked his knuckles on the oak, but there was no response. He looked dubiously at the fairy wand, spat in his horny palm to get a firmer grip of it, and raised it to the assault. But he realised that a small poker would have no earthly effect upon 6 inches of solid thorny oak. Besides, there was a little matter of etiquette to be considered, and Mr. Bailey, still in his evening dress, felt that he was bound to obey the dictates of hospitality. As an ornament of society, he was certainly getting on. So he stayed his hand, lowered his fairy wand, and stepped back once again to the moonlit lawn. The spirit of romance was still in possession of his soul, and faintly remembering the harmonious legend of Blondin and King Richard, he thought he'd try the effect of a slight serenade upon the slumbering mansion. The difficulty was, what to sing? He tried to recall the heart-cake hymn which had moved his soul to sentiment at the first occasion of his meeting with Pinky, but it wouldn't come somehow. Then he tried to get into the swing of the Fol-de-rol-dol of the merry Manglers. But no, the Muse was obdurate. At last he bethought him of his own name, and the fitness of it for a harmonious setting. So, with the fairy wand held at a banjo angle, he cleared his heroic throat, and, striking an imaginary chord upon the poker, sang softly the opening bars of that ancient, haunting ditty, "Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home?" There was a creeper-clad balcony overhead, and a window behind it, discreetly veiled. To that balcony, to that window, instinct, the instinct of the tiger for its mate, the trumpeting elephant for his conamorata, bade him address his lay. He sang and sang. As his melodious voice swelled in the moonlight, he saw the curtain flutter, the window slowly open. "Dan, little flutterer, Dan," said Mr. Bailey to his expectant heart. Softly and more soft he sang, "Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home? I've waited the whole night long." Wider, still wider, the window opened. Then, in the bright beams of the wondering moon, the figure of a lady appeared on the balcony. Juliet? Ah, Romeo! Steady, my lad, steady! The form of this fair vision of the night was clad in a clinging dressing gown of black and gold. Her jet hair tumbled in a cloud over her shoulders, veiling the midnight witchery of her eyes. Mr. Bailey paused, entranced, in his rondel, as a sweet voice from the balcony thrilled and trembled in his listening ear. "What is it? Niggers? Oh, how delightful!" It was the voice of Lady Angelica. That blissful vision in black and gold was her form, hers. She had seen the white shirt front of her hero of 10,000,000 fights shining in the moonlight, and, still half under the mystic sway of the goddess of sleep, had mistaken it, quite naturally, for something in the Moore and Burgess line. "Niggers? Nah," replied the minstrel of the night. "Nah, mum, that's only me. Mr. Bailey, at your service, Lady Angelina, with the key of the street." There followed a little sound. It might have been laughter, and Lady Angelica replied as she leaned over the balcony, "Ah, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?" "I ain't," said Mr. Bailey, who was feeling a little chilled in the region of his marrow now that the warming effects of the thorny ale had worn off. "Don't you know me?" He waved the poker gracefully over his head. "Call me Juliet," responded Lady Angelica. "Call me." Then something happened behind her which caused her suddenly to vanish. The window closed with a click, the curtain was drawn again, and Romeo was left all alone again on the glistening lawn. What might have happened had... But we will draw a veil over that, just as Lady Angelica drew the curtain, discreetly, across her bedroom window. Mr. Bailey shivered and made a few remarks which can better be imagined than described in cold print. Then he spat once more upon his strong right hand, gripped the poker with redoubled energy, swung it like a battle-axe thrice round his head, and his old professional instincts thoroughly aroused, alas, crept with the tread of a malefactor to the drawing-room window. "Sorry, Pinky, old cock," he muttered, "but it's got to be done." And done it was in next to no time. As a soldier, Mr. Bailey might be a modern Ajax. As a burglar, with that fairy wand for a lever, he was still Archimedes. There was a soft crash, and he was inside, moving like a ghost amid the ghostly furniture, barking his shins painfully in his erratic journey across a room which seemed to him to contain all the drawing-room chairs in Norfolk. Then, just as he was getting clear, another ghost suddenly rose up before him, and, with a yell, dashed at him. The fight which followed in the dark was the greatest battle Mr. Bailey had ever been in. Neuve Chapelle, Festubert and Luz were no more than sparring matches compared to this. His unknown assailant fought like a fiend. The chairs and the tables and the sofa, even the grand piano, which Mr. Bailey recognised after banging his head against it twice, got up on their hind legs and joined in with tremendous gusto. Crash! Bang! Crash! Up and down again, down and up again. At length, in a wild erratic swing, Mr. Bailey got one in, a beauty, on the other ghost's jaw, with such a smash that he thought he saw, in the enfolding gloom, the sparks fly. Then they closed again, swayed together, tottered, and finally fell in the clamorous eclipse of a priceless Ming vase. The door was flung open to disclose the whole of the house party, who had been roused from their slumbers by the noise, armed with pokers, tongs, coal-scuttle shovels, umbrellas, battle-axes, spears, bludgeons from the armoury, and anything else they could lay their hands to in the hurried rush of the alarm. Their attire was scanty, but their attitude was murderously fierce, until, in the gleam of the candles and lamps they carried, they distinguished the cause of all this fiendish disturbance. Sitting opposite one another on the drawing-room floor, amid wreckage of furniture and glass and grand pianos indescribable, were the two ghosts who had raised this Tophet, Mr. William Bailey and Private Pinkerton. "I thought," said Pinky faintly, as they carried him out, "I thought I heard burglars." That concludes Chapter 15 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 16. Back to the Filter. One last crowded hour of glorious life, and then back to the army again, Sergeant. Back to the army again. "We've a terrible lot to do today, Pinky, my lad," said Mr. Bailey, as together our heroes, after last night's Homeric battle in the drawing-room of Thornycroft, limped arm in arm to the carriage which was to drive them down to the village where they were going to get mended and patched as best they could. Private Pinkerton had 4 teeth loose. He wasn't quite sure what sort of a job the village dentist would make of it. "Drop me on the way at the butcher's, old cock-sparrer," said Mr. Bailey. "I reckon that £half a steak will fix up this here right twinkler o' mine. It's throbbing live a bally old steam engine. Gently with the ambulance, Jenkins. Slow march to the mortuary. Go easy over the cobbles. And what's the programme, did you say? Presentation of an address, complimentary and valedictory, groaned Pinkerton. On the village green. Worse than whiz-bangs, Bill, but we've got to go through with it. Under the spreadin', commented Mr. Bailey. Any beer? Wait and see, you thirsty old hippopotamus, replied Pinky. Shan't be able to see much with a bunged-up optic like this here, muttered the ex-burglar. Hello, here's old block ornaments border works. Bye, 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 all juicy ladies and gentlemen, fox terriers and family parties. The butcher came forward, bowing low. Half a panda rump, squishy end, said Mr. Bailey, and don't slap it to make it tender. I don't want to eat it, not yet, at any events, though it's a pity to waste it. Thank you, butcher, thank you. I'm very much obliged. Put it down on the bill, charge it up to Lord Pinkerton, Thornycroft Castle. And now, if you'll kindly turn your head away, I'll apply the poultice. The scene on the village green was gay beyond description. Once, many, many years ago, a king came to Thornycroft to shoot at the fat pheasants reared with so much tender solicitude by Pinky's great-great-grandfather. But they do say, those who have heard the tale told from lip to lip across the years in the sanded parlour of the Thorny Arms, that His Majesty's welcome, hearty and loyal though it was, could not hold a candle to this solemn ceremonial, the heroes of which were Private Pinkerton and Private William Bailey. The county people were all there on a raised dais, moved to enthusiasm by a scene which at once tickled their imagination and stirred their patriotism. Somehow or other, though he didn't ask for it, Mr. Bailey was the titbit of the show. His identity had slipped out. His lurid past shed a halo over his rugged head, and he was hailed with unbounded acclamation. Not so much as a burglar with a list of past convictions as long as the church catechism, which he was, but as a reformed and reclaimed murderer, possessing all the subtle charms of the late Dr. Crippen, with a dash of Jack the Ripper thrown in, which he wasn't. The school children were all there, garbed in white, and, oh, how sweetly, how raptly they sang. Hail, smiling morn, smiling morn, smiling morn, at whose bright presence. Meanin' us, Pinky, what? Murmured Mr. Bailey, highly delighted. Bark up bright presence. Look cheerful. Darkness flies away, flies away, flies away. Likewise, hooray! Added the melodious burglar, removing for a moment the stake poultice from his eye so that he could envisage more clearly this delightful sylvan scene. And then the Thornycroft Fourth Prize Brass Band burst out with a most amazing clamour, which somebody said was meant to represent a brazen realisation of "See the conquering hero comes." The fact that it wasn't quite like it may be explained by the trifling slip made by Mr. Gillard. the sexton, to whom was entrusted the important part of bass on the euphonium. Possessing a somewhat uncertain memory, he always played from music. But in the excitement of the present occasion, he had fished out the wrong score, and was blowing for all he was worth, and he was a tremendous euphoniumist at the solemn bass of the Dead March in Saul. So, while the rest of his harmonious comrades were giving the conquering hero beans, Mr. Gilead was, so to speak, entombing him. But he meant well, and so did everybody else. The valedictory and complimentary address had been prepared by the schoolmaster, who was an ardent worshipper at the shrine of the Muse. It was all in rhyme, except, of course, the signatures. It was engrossed on vellum by the village blacksmith, who was as neat at the scrivening as he was at what he called the heelin and the solin of the hossen, and it was headed simply, An Ode to Our Brave Heroes from the Fighting Line, by Emmanuel Squibbs, The Schoolhouse, Thornycroft. It began in the heroic strain, simple but dignified. List to the cheers that rise from one and all, to greet our hero back to Thorny Hall. Raise, raise your voices, babe and centenarian. Strike, strike the lyre, ring out in joyous clarion. Blow the loud horn, reverberate the gong. Praise him in paeans of victorious song. Let the glad tuning fork in twanging prong proclaim the tidings, now we shan't be long before the The rector, who in resonant tones was reading the ode, paused and coughed, and Mr. Squibbs, the rapt author, dug his reverence in the ribs. "It's all right, sir," he whispered anxiously. "Pray proceed. Poetic licence." Said the rector, and went on. "Proclaim the tidings, now we shan't be long before the bloody battles all are won, and we have slain and vanquished every Hun." Loud and long continued cheers, in which Mr. Bailey joined in no uncertain voice. Now, in this epoch-making ode, there were certain difficulties of rhyme which had given Mr. Squibbs many hours of pungent and poignant pain. He knew that it was necessary to bring in somewhere a suitable rhyme to the individuals addressed in the effort, and the name of the chief hero of these exploits, Pinkerton, laid him out flat. Mr. Squibbs was a born poet, and so was his father before him, but he sought and sought in vain for the elusive rhyme to link up his lord and master with Posy. But, still hoping for the best, and for some sudden swift stroke of inspiration before it was too late, he turned to the easier problem of Bailey. There was daily, but that was too common. There was waily, but that was too sad. There was also quaily, but had Mr. Bailey ever quailed at anything? No. At last, however, it came, and the ode proceeded thus: "Who was it faced the lewd lascivious Hun, made him turn tail and got him on the run? Who was the brave and doughty paralyser of Midian hosts belonging to the Kaiser? Who was the wizard? Who the mesmerizer? Who was it down the Prussian dragon scaly? None other than our honoured guest, Bill Bailey. And now for the grand finale. It took 2 wet towels and a quart of the best from the thorny arms to abstract the last couplet from the red-hot brain of Mr. Squibbs. And here it is, in all its polished splendour. His health! Now ye assembled, drink it one and all, and hail the name of Pinkerton. It was a triumph. Having read it all, there was about half a mile of it, the rector folded the scroll and handed it amid deafening cheers to Pinky, who bowed to the rector, to the audience, and finally to the modest, though naturally proud author. Then, of course, he had to make a speech. And though the cement trowelled into his aching mouth by the village dentist somewhat interfered with the eloquence of it, he got through very creditably, all things considered. He didn't say much, but it was to the point, serious, and from his heart. He told them all that he loved his country, he loved his home, dear old Thornycroft, to loud cheers. He loved them all, and, though he was only a common Tommy, to determined cries of "No, no," and yet more cheers. He loved his job and meant to go through with it. In response to loud and clamorous shouts of "Bailey! Mr. Bailey!" Mr. Bailey, still holding the half-pound of best rump to his injured eye, declared that he was too full for words and begged to be excused the mortal anguish of making a speech. Remembering the occasion of the heart-cake and coffee love feast, he made the excuse that had served him then serve him now. "Your Reverence, Mr. Schoolmaster, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all," he said. "If I was not still suffering from the effects of asphyxiating gas poisoning, I'd attempt to open the valves of my overflowing heart and tell you what I think. But, ladies and gentlemen all, it positively can't be done." Then, seeing Mr. Squibbs's retriever watching him with a hungry eye, Mr. Bailey removed the poultice from his war-worn face, and crying, "Here, Towser, catch!" tossed it to the dog, and resumed his seat amid loud and deafening applause. The last good-byes had been said, the final handshaking over, the last beaker quaffed, and to the strains of "God Save the King," Private Pinkerton and Private Bailey set off again to carry on their little bit for their king and their country. Lady Angelica's was the last hand to clasp Mr. Bailey's. "Good-bye, Mr. Bailey," said she. "Au revoir and good hunting." Mr. Bailey looked her fair and square in the eye. She laughed, a little nervously, and then turned away. "Hey ho!" said the hero of 1,000 fights. "Hey ho! It's a long, long way to Tipperary, and there's a cold and frosty winter a-comin'. We'll keep the home fires burning for you," murmured Lady Angelica, and in her soft eyes the flicker of them seemed to shine already. "Hoots! And so it's you, the pair of ye back again," said a familiar voice at the corner of Triangle Trench. "Yes, replied Mr. Bailey. Back to the same expletive old filter. And it's aboot time, me laddie, said Piper McQuirk. The war's been waitin' for ye, and the Kaiser's been sendin' across anxious inquiries for ye. Then we'll get on with it, said Mr. Bailey. Lead me to him. That concludes Chapter 16 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 8. Section 9 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 17 and 18. Chapter 17. The Exploit of Gingerbread Glue. When the little Gurkhas were sent up to the desperate sector where Triangle Trench, with its scanty cover and its shell-strewn terrain, marks the graveyard of many of our brave dead, the English soldiers there, who had never seen them before, mistook them for Japanese, with their slit eyes, their yellow faces, and their squat, sturdy little figures. In the dead of night they came, like ghosts, silently. Like ghosts, too, would they vanish now and again, intent, mysterious, upon their grim and gruesome business. What next, I wonder? Said McQuirk to Pinkerton, one mild and, for this part of creation, fairly uneventful night, as they crouched together over a warmed-up half-tin of Maconochie. Japs, by Caledonia! I wonder how much of the world'll be left out of this scrap afore we're through with it. We needn't be surprised if the next crowd of brothers in arms we find supporting us in this merry circus turn out to be the household cavalry of the King of the Cannibal Islands. Hey, laddie? Japs. They're not Japs, said Pinkerton. They're Gurkhas. And he told the giant piper all he knew, and a good deal he didn't, of the fame and the fury of these wonderful warriors from the Indian hills. At the end of the recital, McQuirk pursed his lips, puffed out his cheeks, and executed an imaginary pibroch upon an invisible pipe. Phew, said he, the canny callants. So, we're in for some lively nights, eh? It looks very much like it, declared Pinkerton. And they were. One of the new tenants of Triangle Trench was a little hillman, all wire and whipcord, whose name, composed of a bewildering mixture of G's and L's and U's, was worse than Welsh to twist the tongue to. But Tommy, who is a past master at phonetics, met the occasion and overcame the difficulty with his usual ease. He christened this silent night of the cookery Gingerbread Glue, which was near enough and apt, though not exactly in accordance with the Gurkha's baptismal register, if he ever had one. Had it not been for the kind attentions of Gingerbread Glue, it would have been my sad duty long ago to have written the obituary notice of Piper McQuirk. Mac was ever worrying and musing over the loss of his pipes. They were a part of him, like the Siamese's brother twin. Often he would wander into the danger zone to search for them. They led him on like will-o'-the-wisp into all manner of trouble, and once, when he was out after them, a German sniper spotted him and bowled him over. It was Gingerbread who crawled out under the moonlight and carried the giant piper in, though he was twice his size, and 3 times his weight. It was Gingerbread, too, who vowed vengeance upon the body and the soul, the grandfather, the grandmother, the ox and the ass, and the heirs and assigns of that German sniper. For that self-same German marksman had twice reminded Gingerbread, with a bullet, that in the midst of life we are in death, or precious near it. It was one of the precarious duties of Gingerbread Glue to sally forth in the evenshine foraging for water. His route lay well within range of a half-ruined wall, part of a wholly smashed farmhouse which, before a British shell had demolished it, overlooked Triangle Trench. His first journey, rashly importunate, was with a mule. There was a tiny flicker of reddish flame from the wall, something like the tongue of a viper, and the mule died. It was fortunate for Gingerbread Glue that he was on the other side of it. His second journey, alone this time, was also marked by the viper hiding in the wall, and he came back with one ear missing and a nasty mess of blood soaking into his shoulder. "Nearly came unstuck that time, Glue," said Mac, whose interest in the little Gurkha was naturally of a fatherly sort. In reply, Gingerbread drew swiftly his hand across his throat with a significant gruesome gesture, and made a remark which nobody attempted to understand. "I think it's about time we investigated that wall," said Pinkerton, recalling to himself the tragi-comedy of Pyramus and Thisbe. He explained his desire in a mixture of pidgin English and dumb show to Gingerbread Glue, who was squatting on his haunches and engaged in the absorbing task of imparting a razor edge to the murderous blade of his cookery with an oilstone. With a grim smile on his yellow face, Gingerbread Glue accepted the invitation. It was a night of streaky moonshine and creeping cloud when Pinkerton and Gingerbread Glue set out upon their interesting adventure of mural analysis. Pinkerton carried his rifle. "Sahib, no shoot," said Glue, shaking his head. "Germans hear noise, and then ah!" He imitated horribly the death rattle and rolled his eyes gruesomely. "This will be better, Sahib." This was the deadly cookery he flourished for an instant in his deft grip. It flickered with steel blue radiance in the moonlight, and Private Pinkerton felt a sudden chill at the back of his neck as though an icy finger had pressed there. "Sahib, no shoot, no rifle," repeated the grim little hillman. But Pinkerton did not fancy venturing on this expedition empty-handed, so he retained his weapon, and the two stole out into the mysterious night. Now and then a star shell soared up, whizzing from the German lines. When it burst, Pinkerton and Gingerbread Glue lay flat on their bellies until the blaze of it had died away. Then they crawled on. It was laborious progression, for the star shells seemed to be having a night out with a roving commission, and the zip zip of the bullets were like mosquitoes on a hot night in their persistence. Gingerbread got one through the shock of his thick hair, searing his scalp before their goal came within sight. There was the wall, showing up white and vivid as the passing clouds cleared the moon. The two explorers could even distinguish the gaping aperture in it high up, and apparently the work of a plunging shell from the British battery far beyond. Stealthily now they crawled to within 30 yards of the heavy mass of brick, mortar and rubble, somewhere within which the keen-eyed enemy sniper lay concealed. "Shh!" whispered the Gurkha in Pinkerton's ear. "The Sahib will now lie still and watch." For a moment the friendly light of the moon was obscured. When it cleared again, Gingerbread glue had vanished. No sight, no sound. The earth had swallowed him up and closed again. With straining eyes, Pinkerton peered forward among the shadows of the uneven ground. It might have been Golgotha for the lack of any shred of life or of movement there. Then he directed his gaze to the wall, the hole in it, and the clear space underneath. He watched the emptiness of that clear space unwinkingly. He could have sworn he had never turned his eyes away for an instant. Yet, in a flash, in less time than the ticking of a second, something had happened there. Where there had been emptiness an instant before, a human form materialised now, as if by magic. Under the hole, as large as life, but still as death, crouched the figure of Gingerbread glue. He was squatting on his haunches, hands on knees, and gazing up, sideways, toward the hole in the wall. His attitude was that of intense, strained attention. Then he raised his brown hands and brought them down sharply upon his bare knees in a quick, pattering tattoo. He paused for a few seconds in this strange pantomime, paused, listened, and still peered up sideways at the aperture. Nothing happened. Again the sharp. This time something indefinite in shape and substance could be observed moving in the shadow of the hole. Pinkerton watched it, fascinated, as a bird is fascinated by the mesmeric actions of the snake seeking its destruction. He could see, vaguely, but unmistakably, this movement. He was pretty certain that Gingerbread glue could not, from his position, almost immediately under the hole. So he raised his rifle and took a long, steady aim, waiting for what he knew would presently occur again, the snake-charming patter-patter from the crouching Gurkha. For the third time the human kettle-drum rattled. And now, whatever it was, or whoever it was inside that hole, was seriously disturbed. The moonshine gleamed quite clear at this exciting moment. The complete picture stood out vivid and sharp. In the deeper shadow, and then out of it, that something now moved. The patter ceased. Below the hole, the little Gurkha crouched, immovable and stark as any sphinx. But his right hand had now shifted from his right knee to his left side. From the hole in the wall, a head emerged, a bare head, close cropped and bullet-shaped. Then, out of the shadow, a pair of broad shoulders. The German sniper, for it was he, looked around to the left and to the right, and above, but never below. Pinkerton, though certain of his mark, was too fascinated to press the trigger of his rifle. He just lay there and watched, breathless. Then the German moved again and stared straight at Pinkerton, a long, hard stare. He has certainly spotted me, said Pinkerton to himself. It's now or never. His aim, point blank at the white bony forehead, was deliberate. He pressed the trigger. But he was just a moment too late. There was a lightning streak of blue steel as the curved blade of the terrible kukri flashed. Half an hour later, the two adventurers crawled wearily into the welcome fastness of Triangle Trench. "Salaam, Gingerbread," said McQuirk cheerily. "I see you're still alive. Any luck, old son?" "Salaam, Sahib," replied the Gurkha very gravely. "The luck is here." He unslung the bulging bag from his shoulder and laid it almost reverently at the feet of the big piper. And when he opened it, the hair of Piper McQuirk rose straight and stiff upon his head. That concludes Chapter 17 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 18, The Mince-Pie Mule Train. "We'll have a Merry Christmas or bust," declared Piper McQuirk solemnly. "We'll have a Merry Christmas and bust, more likely," commented Sergeant Major Singleton. "If there's any relying on the juicy facts printed in the London papers which His Majesty's Post Office kindly serves up with afternoon tea in the trenches every midnight. Have you seen the lists of subscribers and donations to poor starving Tommy? The plum puddings, the turkeys, the sausages, the drag snappins, every bloomin' thing you can imagine. Fair gives you the stomach ache, it does, to read 'em. It's demoralising, that's what it is, Pinkerton. Demoral." "Eh, mon," broke in the cheerful McQuirk. "But it's a bonny grouser ye are, Pants, my lad. Let 'em a come, and the mair the merrier. I've read the lists until me mouth watered and the tears came to me eyes in spect to myself. For why, ye'll be sparing. Because Scotland in this circus doesna seem to stand where she did. And if it hadna been for the Hielanders in a this fighting, the Lord help the British Army." "No politics, McQuirk," snapped the Sergeant Major. "You ought to know by this time that you're breaking the rules of Triangle Bloomin' Trench. You're fined a tanner." "Then bang goes saxpence," said the Scot. "But I'll have my money's worth. As I was sayin', Scotland doesna seem to ha' come up to the scratch in contributin' to these munificent lists of peace and plenty and plumptitude in the matter of donations of the national dish." "The national dish? What's that, Mac? Thistles?" asked Pinkerton. "To the ass who asked that question, no," promptly replied Piper McQuirk. "Maybe you've na heard of the haggis." "The what?" "The haggis, mon, on the stoutening and stiffening qualities of which the British Army won Bannockburn and Trafalgar and Waterloo." "Politics again," interrupted old Pants. "I'll trouble you for another tanner." "I hanna got the value of my first sexpence yet," said the Scot, "and I'm tellin' ye, if we'd had haggis instead of bully and biscuit to our iron rations, I for one would ha' been piping Highland laddie along the Grunter de Linden, or whatever ye call it in Berlin, by this time. But there's opportunity yet to make good the deficiency, and I may tell ye now that we're within a handshake, so to speak, of Christmas Day, that I've ordered 24 of the heftiest haggis that mortal man ever licked his lips over to be sent along to me here and just aboot now from my Uncle Donald McQuirk, the maist renowned flesher in Peebles. As Bobby Burns sang in that inspirin' poem, when wild war's deadly blast, glory is the sodger's prize, the sodger's wealth is haggis. It'll give the boys a treat anyway, said the hospitable Scot, if my Uncle Donald only comes up to time. What's it taste like? Asked the Sergeant Major, who, being of lowland Middlesex breed and upbringing, had never heard of the haggis before. I'll no be attemptin' to paint the lily, replied the piper. As Mr. Asquith said on a certain famous occasion, he himself being a full-blooded Scot, and hand in hand with the haggis, as Mr. Asquith said, pants, wait and see. The haggis is just heaven in a wee bit bag. Your fine is remitted, Mac, said the Sergeant Major, deeply impressed. Haggis or no haggis, there's your tanner back. And what is your contribution to our Christmas mess, Santa Claus? Asked McQuirk of Pinkerton. Have ye anything up your generous sleeve to assuage our pangs on the morn of mirth and melody? You're a man of means, I've heard it whispered. I mind a little matter of a £5 note away back, laddie. As Robbie says, so true, but why should a man better fare? And a men brithers. What are you supplying to the festive board? A trifling effort in mince-pies, replied Pinkerton, blushing. But, said the old Sergeant Major, taking an eyeful of the hot stuff across the way through his periscope, how we're going to get the plum puddin's and the mince-pies and the haggises into this glory hole just now, beats me. I reckon from the look of things that all we poor blighters are going to get for our Christmas dinners will be bellyfuls of Jack Johnsons and pipsqueaks. Look out! Dan, you blighters! Dan, every mother's son of ye! Christians awake! Salute the happy morn! Here they come! Away and far behind the tempestuous turmoil of Triangle Trench, where our fasting heroes were so gallantly holding the fort, there was trouble and stress over the supplies and the Christmas post coming up, and the wounded and the empties going down. A mule column had turned ratty and had run amok amid a convoy of Christmas puddings with disastrous results. An urgent order, spoken in haste over a word-worn telephone wire, had been misheard, with the unhappy sequel that the something Cavalry Brigade, swaggerest of our swagger knights of the Silver Spur and the Pennoned Lance, had received as Christmas boxes 1.5 tons of chloride of lime and about 100 weight of Bleating's far-famed vermin destroyer in handy 6-ounce packets, with full instructions for use printed on each packet. In place of the double extra khaki shirts and the 3-ply woolen comforters their aristocratic souls were ravening for. Altogether, for a time at any rate, peace and goodwill struck anything but a clarion note. To the eternal honour of the Army Service Corps, It must be recorded that everything was sorted out and classified to general satisfaction sooner or later, but it was pretty perplexing while it lasted. Another little misunderstanding confounded the confusion. Pinkerton's happy thought of mince-pies for his company had miscarried to an amazing extent of multiplication. His order, generous to a fault, had been repeated again and yet again. "Who is this blazing ostrich of a maniac, Private Pinkerton, anyway?" said the irate Major, who was superintending the hastening forward of supplies from X to the firing line. "Cases and cases and cases of some infernal muck, all addressed Private Pinkerton, B Company, something Rifles. And where's his blasted company? Triangle Trench?" "Yes, sir," said the tired little lieutenant who had just come in, smothered with mud. "And by the way, sir, those mules are rounded up at last." "Good," said the Major. "See that pile of tack there in those corded boxes?" "Yes, sir." "Ammunition?" "God knows what it is, but it's all addressed to one blithering idiot, and his name's Pinkerton, and his address, if he isn't dead yet, which I profoundly hope and trust he is Triangle Trench. Sling the whole galoot on those mules and pack it off at once." "Very good, sir." Into the gloaming the long mule train passed and vanished, bearing to Private William Pinkerton a Christmas dinner abundant enough and to spare for all the gluttonous gods feasting in high Olympus. Busy, bloody, mud-spattered and cursing, they were all infernally occupied in Triangle Trench. Peace on earth had not spread her soft pinions there. Ammunition was running short. Nasty, unchristian things were happening. Alone of all the little crowd there, Piper McQuirk was joyful, complacent, and overflowing with the proper spirit of Noel. Uncle Donald, the most renowned flesher in Peebles, had come up to the scratch nobly. The haggis, 'twa dozen o' the heftiest, had arrived, and the water for their embroilment was already simmering in a huge pot a biscuit toss behind the red-hot glory hole of Triangle Trench. Piper McQuirk's rifle was so hot that when he put his cheek to it he swore it raised a blister every time. But he was happy and tuneful, and chanted snatches of his beloved poet between the whiles of the cooling of his rifle barrel, and stealthy, crawling journeys to where the devil's cauldron was simmering and smoking. "Keep it up, me bonny fighters, keep it up. The kettle's near the boil, and it's hellsome farin' ye'll be havin' with my bonny wee haggises. We labour soon, we labour late, to feed the titled knave, man, and the comfort we're to get is that ayont the grave, man." Another man down. Brrrang. Another what? A pile of sandbags collapses in a smothering whirl of dust and splinters. "Stick to it, lads! No wild shooting! Mark your man every time! Ammunition's too precious to waste now." It is the cheery voice of Captain Crabtree, his face all blood-stained, half his front teeth smashed out, but confident, cool and courageous as ever. A blood-smothered mudlark, this dandy boy now, but all there and never missing a chance to get one in. "McQuirk! Where the devil is the man?" "Here, sir." The hefty piper of the 99th Kilties staggers back into the trench just as the last cartridge, the very last, is fired. He is carrying the lid of an ammunition box, and upon it is piled a steaming, aromatic mass of strange stuff in bulging, bubbling little bags. What in the name of thunder? Captain Crabtree makes a grab for his eyeglass and jabs it under a bloody eyebrow. "It's the haggis, sir." But before he could utter another word, an earthquake burst under the redoubt of Triangle Trench. There was a hoarse, triumphant cry of "Got mittens!" and half a dozen huge Saxons appeared in the gap with all the lust of conquest shining in their eager eyes. It was Pinkerton who rallied the trusty Trianglers to a last splendid effort. Another idea had suddenly come to him. "Bombing party!" he yelled. "Up and at 'em! Follow me!" He stooped swiftly, grabbed one of the hot, bubbly bags from under the astonished nose of Piper McQuirk, took swift aim, and heaved it full in the face of the nearest Hun. It struck him fair and square in the mouth, bursting with a loud and meaty plop. With a dreadful howl of fear and anger and pain, the giant German flung up his arms and fell backwards. Another and another followed, each found its mark, and the fun, whilst Uncle Donald's haggis lasted, was fast and furious. The rout was complete. Again had British honour been maintained, and the situation saved. And then, amid the laughter and the tears of the conquerors, the voice of Captain Crabtree was once more heard. "It's all right now, my lads. Here comes the mule train with the ammunition." Box after box was bundled into the trench. The lid of the first was prized open by Captain Crabtree. "Jerusalem!" he cried, plunging his hand into the case and then withdrawing it suddenly as if something had bitten him. "These ain't cartridges. They're bally mince-pies, by Jove!" "You must have made a little mistake, sir," said Pinkerton, coming forward nervously. "If you'll be good enough to look at the address on the cases. My little Christmas box, sir, to B Company. I shall be most happy if you will join." Captain Crabtree burst into a roar of laughter. "Well, I am," he said. "I should think I jolly well will." Of all this merry company, only Piper McQuirk was sad. "I think I'll be gangin' oot the noo," he said, "to see if I can find one or two o' them haggises. Maybe they didna all explode." That concludes Chapter 18 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 9. Section 10 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 19 and 20. Chapter 19. Lamb Cutlets. Scent of spring was in the morning air. For many days the skies had been grey and heavy, the nights chill, and the gradually lengthening days damp and uncomfortable. But for all that, there was something, if 'twas no more than the tiniest whisper, that betokened a relaxation of winter's iron grip, a promise from cloud and stream, high heaven and mother earth, and a new and a wonderful life breathing again amid the desolation and death of what was once fair Flanders. The English battery major strolled out casually from the clump of trees on the little knoll which stood out as a landmark in this flat country for many miles around. The morning mist had cleared. Far away to the left, the ruins of Ypres and the pierced and plundered framework of the ancient cloth hall could be visualised distinctly. But it was not the dismal wreckage of Ypres that interested Major Montmorency on this still, clear morning. He was no archaeologist. He was an artilleryman. He had seen this pathetic picture so many times before. And, besides, there was other business to occupy his mind. He yawned, stretched himself, and then sat down upon a felled tree trunk, swinging his legs. There was not a soul to be seen anywhere near him, nor a sound to be heard. He had morning and meditation all to himself. Idly he sat there, swinging his legs, the complete embodiment of a man with nothing to do and the whole day to do it in. He lit a cigarette. The air was so still that the smoke floated about his head like incense, reluctant to depart. Through it the meditative Major gazed dreamily with half-veiled eyes across the valley and far away to the right. In the immediate foreground the ungarnered harvest of last year lay white and rotting. A few fields away, in the very middle of what was once an abundant acreage of wheat, lay a smashed and abandoned reaping machine, with a dead horse beside it, a repellent but vivid tribute to the ravages of war. At the end of the wheat field the rich pasture land began, and it was over that refreshing streak of green that the artillery major's dreamy eye roved. Dwarfed and stunted trees marked the extreme edge of the landscape here. Something else was there too. It might be a scattering of small huts or haystacks. "I could have sworn they weren't there yesterday," muttered the Major to himself, and as he stared at them he fancied he saw something flash in the beams of the morning sun. But it was only for an instant. He unslung his field glasses and had a long, steady look at the puzzle. Nothing more could he make of it. But as he gazed, holding his breath to steady his vision, he made out a speck moving out of the shadow of the trees and moving in his direction. Nearer and nearer it came. It materialised presently into the figure of an old man with a long white beard, carrying something in his arms. Major Montmorency lit his fourth cigarette and waited for the old man to come up. "Monsieur," said the aged gentleman, bowing low before the quiet figure on the tree trunk, "I come to crave a boon." "Well, Father Christmas, and what is it this time?" "The brave English, monsieur, are ever considerate of tender things. Be generous as you are brave. If you will kindly cut the blather and come to the boon, Methuselah, I shall be grateful, and much more likely to confer the benediction. Out with it. Time is short, and if we go in for polite conversations, we are liable to be interrupted. It is a small thing I ask, monsieur. I come from that distant belt of trees wherein is contained all that I possess, my small flock of sheep. It is their nursery among those trees, monsieur. Under the rough thatch they lie. Many of them are about to become mothers. Some are already suckling their tiny offspring. See, I bring you one, as a tribute. He set down upon the ground the bundle he had been carrying, laid it tenderly at the feet of the artillery major, and opened it. A small white lamb lay within the folds. Monsieur, the old shepherd went on, the English guns lie in that small wood behind us. Major Montmorency said nothing, but the lines of his mouth suddenly hardened, and a different look came into his smouldering eye. And there is just a chance, monsieur. I am an old man, and I may never see the sunshine of another spring. Again I say it. It is a small kindness, a little thing. Spare my lambs. I will see to it, said the Major curtly, for he was no more sentimentalist than he was archaeologist. Take your tribute away with you. I don't want it. Take it back to its mammy and begone. 10,000 thanks, monsieur. And the old gentleman with the long white whiskers picked up his bundle and departed. Methinks, said the Major softly to himself, methinks my shepherd doth protest too much. And he turned and entered the little wood where lay the big guns of X battery, so cunningly concealed that they were as invisible to the casual visitor as a skulking woodcock amid the thorn. And I wonder, the Major tore open another packet of woodbines. I wonder, said he, how that white-whiskered old reprobate knew our guns were here. Well, said Major Montmorency, who had been taking a stroll down towards the lines, worried a good deal on the subject of his beloved guns. Well, nothing doing, my diamond-studded, plutocratic, embossed private soldier? No, nothing, Monty, old son, replied Private Pinkerton, who felt rusty and very much bored. I'm thinking about starting a Huns Mutual Improvement and Encouragement Society. Anything to lure 'em on, the beggars? Satan finds some mischief still, quoted the Major. But you'd better postpone your kindergarten class. I've got a little job for you, should you happen to be moved by the spirit of adventure. Over there, he jerked a casual thumb in the direction of the distant belt of trees. There is an innocent little sheepfold, a lambing creche to be precise, full of plump young bleaters, which I want exploring with care and circumspection. Take a very careful peep at the sweet little nursery and report to me everything you see and hear. That's all, and tonight's the night. Righto, responded Pinkerton. I'm game. Any old thing, from sheep to sausages. And, by the way, should your suspicions be aroused by what you see, remember, if you meet an old gentleman with white whiskers waving in the wind, give him either a wide berth or a free pass to Jordan's hospitable shore. wear whiskers, and keep your eyes skinned. The night, as the day had been, was peaceful and warm when Private Pinkerton and Private Pickles set out on their long, lone trek down the valley. Pinkerton had chosen Pickles as a companion for company. To Pickles, who had been, in his free and splendid youth, a Boy Scout with Hampstead Heath for the exercise of his craft, the job was a game to his own heart. He armed himself with a couple of roomy sacks. "What in the world are they for? Disguise?" asked Pinky, who knew the lad's weakness for anything theatrical. "No," replied the lad, "for loot. Possibility of lamb cutlets for breakfast, and mint sauce. I've told the boys, and their mouths don't half water neither. They've promised to keep the home fires burning while we're away on the giddy jaunt." The journey, for once, was completely uneventful. Not a whisker could be seen waving in the breeze, and when the pair at last reached the shadow of the trees, there was never a sound to be heard. The two were lying flat, side by side. The ex-Boy Scout cautiously raised his head, the wind being favourable for his experiment, and sniffed a long, long-drawn sniff. "I can smell something," muttered Pickles, "but it ain't sheep. It's more like the receiving ward at Oxton Workhouse on a hot Saturday night, a human sort of aroma. But if there are any sheep there, which I missed out, I guess this will fetch 'em." And the highly imaginative Mr. Pickles raised his rough head once again, and admitted a hoarse and quavering "Bah!" There was no response from the stilly, mysterious fold. But there, as the moon cast her fitful gleam upon the peaceful landscape, there were the little huts, sure enough, roughly thatched. "To make sure," murmured Mr. Pickles, "I'll just worm along and make a close investigation." And, with nature's aid abundantly at hand to assist him, he disguised himself with incredible swiftness as a shock of corn, and vanished into the night. Presently the shock of corn returned, trembling in every ear, though there was no wind to account for this remarkable palsy. "Well," said Pinkerton, "any luck? Any loot? Any lambkins?" "No," whispered the shaking shock of corn. "Never so much as the waggle of a tail. But guns, guns, German guns. My sacred aunt, scores of 'em." "Oh ho!" said Pinkerton. "That's their little game, is it? Back to the filter, my subtle microbe. Back for your life." In the light of the early morning, the battery major was still astride the fallen tree beyond the wood. He was still smoking a spluttering woodbine as he talked quietly into the receiver of a little portable telephone, the bright copper wire of which trailed out over his shoulder like a golden thread, and vanished into the copse. "Range 6,000. Got it? Right. Then let her rip." And suddenly the little wood burst into a mighty roar. "Just in time," chuckled Monty to himself as he watched through his glasses the shattering havoc amid the distant sheepfold. "Another 10 minutes and they'd have had us. but I guess we've upset their apple cart this trip." But the "boys" behind were sad and hungry, cursing Private Pickles and sarcastic towards Pinkerton. "And them cutlets, what about 'em?" asked the ravenous McQuirk. "Enough and to spare across there," replied Pinky, "if you have a mind to go and fetch 'em, and if you're bloomin' cannibals." That concludes Chapter 19 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 20, Golgotha. Like a ferret emerging from a rabbit hole, the sapper crawled out of his burrow, blinking stupidly in the unwanted glare of the sun. His face was grey, haggard, and bearded. His clothes, what there were of them, were indescribably foul. He looked like a late arrival, a corpse which had overslept itself of the resurrection, with the last trump long since sounded and the remainder of his companions translated each to his appointed sphere. He saw men as trees walking. He had arisen from an underworld of haggard nightmare, only to find himself in a land of dreams. With difficulty he found his voice. His speech was hoarse and thick, a sort of goblin whisper, but the words which came were unmistakably British, and to the point. "We've got the blighters this time," growled the goblin. "Hold tight and look out, boys. What ho for the expletive resurrection." "Where have you come from?" asked Pinkerton, thanking his stars as he gazed upon this patched and smothered rag-bag of a man that he hadn't been born an engineer. "From underneath the everlasting dead," replied the sapper, bearing a yellow tooth in a gruesome twist of the lip, which, no doubt, he intended for a pleasant smile. "And then along a pitch-black mole run for about 100,000 miles from where the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep to here. It's been a hell of a job mining that churchyard, with the other swines countermining, and both of us bumping heads in the dark. But it's done at last, thank Gawd. And now it's your turn, me tough and wiries, to trot along and sweep up the almighty mess arter the fireworks have gone off. When Gabriel blows his penny trumpet and the pop gun goes bang, it's up guards and at 'em, and I wish you joy of the circus. Got any grub?" Pinkerton fished out a slab of chocolate and offered it to the famished ghoul, who shook his head and growled. "Chocolate," he said bitterly. "Hasn't the British Army got anything else than chocolate on its bloomin' menu? I've been living on nothing else than chocolate creams and seedy cake for the past week. Hain't you got anything I can fasten me teeth into?" One by one, and each more disreputable, if that were possible, than the other, the remainder of the goblins climbed out of the hole. The last one was unwinding a coil of copper wire, and as he emerged into the daylight, he fixed a little instrument to it with a button switch attached, very much like the switch of an ordinary electric light. He sat down outside the hole, dangling the toy on his knee as a mother would nurse her tiny child. "All clear," said he, and the rest of his comrades, having finished their job, crawled away to sleep or to smoke as the spirit moved them. They were utterly unconcerned in what was to follow. They had carried out their orders. It was enough. A message was dispatched to headquarters to the effect that the train was laid. Just a word over the wire. That was all. Another word trembled along the line. The men in the forward trench, and this included all who were left of Private Pinkerton's company, were to hold themselves in readiness for the springing of the mine, then to rush the churchyard and take it at all costs. This place of tombs had been a thorn in our side long enough. Somehow the thorn had to be removed. There were German guns repeatedly snarling from behind the tombstones, and there were guns and still more guns hidden among the ruins of the church itself. "A new and a nasty game, this body snatchin'," growled Sergeant Major Singleton. "I don't like it, doing the Burke and Hare business at my time of life. But, however, glory, hallelujah! There she goes, boys." And as he spoke, the churchyard of X and, apparently, the greater part of its population, living and dead, rose like a wave in the sea and broke like the crest of it. A tongue of livid flame flickered for an instant over the wreck, and in an outpouring of mephitic smoke, whilst distant thunder rumbled, all for the time was obscured. Into the blinding, bewildering pall and under the very crash of the last few shells from our own obedient batteries far away, our men ran, scarce knowing what they did or where they were going, half blinded by the clinging black smoke, stifled by the unholy fumes. It was nightmare business, grim and horrible, an adventure such as one undertakes at demon bidding in a wild dream under the glare of a moon blood red. Aghast at his occupation, Pinkerton stumbled along with the rest to find himself fighting with them in an obscene fog which he not only felt but which he could smell. Old man Singleton was still by his side. "There," said he, "and it's up to us to clear up this unholy mess. A battalion of archangels with commissions as crossing sweepers 'ud have their work cut out to do the job. And, holy snakes, look!" They were in the middle of the burial ground now. The awful wreckage of it was past all description. The dead of the past and the present dead were here, in silent and dreadful fellowship. Great grey rats were leaping and scurrying among the mounds. One of them sat, defiant and beastly, upon a leaning tombstone, more hideous than any gargoyle fashioned by human hands. Worse still, it was alive and fierce, and at bay. "That for you, foul fiend!" yelled the old man as he heaved a lump of rubble at the beast. The old grey rat crouched, but moved no more than that, and the missile passed over it. But there was still work to be done in this ghastly Golgotha. Though there was a great yawning crater, fringed and piled with nameless things, in the middle of the churchyard, one corner of it had escaped the eruption, and this the few Germans who remained alive still held. A machine gun was concealed here, and the first onset of the leaping khaki figures was held up by its stuttering, malignant fire. A dozen men were swept down and lay, some still, some writhing. Then, mercifully, the belt of the gun jammed, and the skulking Germans had to come out and make a fair fight of it, hand to hand. They fought well and desperately, for they were all big men and lusty. Their backs were to the churchyard wall, or what remained of it, and when the smoke and the dust cleared, they found that in the matter of numbers they and their opponents were well matched. A huge Hun singled out McQuirk. "Come on, Scotty," he shouted. "There be graves wide enough for both of us in this kirkyard. Lay on, Macduff." "Ye frae Scotland, maybe?" cried the piper, not a little surprised at the talk of the man. "Aye, laddie, from Dundee, and it's pleased I'll be getting back there after the war." "That ye'll never do, or I'll know the reason why," bawled the hefty Scot. And in one great leaping stride he was up to him, with a mighty bayonet thrust. The German, who was similarly armed, parried the thrust deftly and easily. His guard, right and left, was clean and effective. Thrust for thrust, too, he gave, until McQuirk, pride of the fighting 99th in artistic bayonet exercise, found himself, much to his disgust, matched and equalled at last. The German was up to every move, and was evidently bent on tiring his opponent, who was already breathing hard, but more out of anger than weariness. At last the German, tiring himself, tried another game. "Look out, man!" he shouted suddenly. "Look behind you!" For an instant McQuirk was flung off his guard. He glanced over his shoulder. But at that very moment he knew. He felt, rather than saw, the big German gathering himself for the supreme effort, and as he lunged, the Scot flung himself backwards. His opponent, missing his stroke, wasted his death jab upon the unresisting air, and by the impetus of his own furious thrust fell sprawling upon the body of McQuirk, who, gripping him in a mighty bear hug, swung him over in the old wrestling roll, and so got the hold of upper dog. Thus they fought, literally tooth and nail, gasping, plunging and thudding amid the churchyard shambles. Good at bayonet work, the Scot was perhaps better at the wrestling. He groped, panting, for the half Nelson. Twice, thrice he was within an ace of accomplishing that paralysing lock, but the German, an adept too at this Saxon sport, held his own with grim determination, using his immense strength sparingly. "Ach!" he cried once, and McQuirk, in the midst of his heaving labour, heard the muscles crack. Now was the supreme moment. With his right hand gripped on the left wrist, he shifted his bulk, warily and inch by inch, for the final wrench. But, at the instant of its accomplishment, his foot slipped on the greasy ground, and his alert opponent saw his chance. By a sudden leverage of shoulders and thighs, inaccurate and harmonious combination, the giant German brought off the coup he had been so patiently waiting and watching for. McQuirk, to his utter amaze, found himself flung high in the air, heels over head. He fell on a flat tombstone, and at the smash of his fall, every atom of breath was hammered out of his bruised and battered body. The German rose, staggered drunkenly, tottered a few steps forward, and collapsed across the prostrate bulk of the winded piper. When at last they came to themselves again, The fight had swept clear of the churchyard to another quarter, and they were alone, the only two living men in this blasted Devil's Acre. They sat up, facing one another and blinking. "You're my prisoner," said the German, wiping the filth out of his eyes and mouth. "And you're mine," declared McQuirk, breathing hard and fierce. Neither had strength to seize the other. Neither had an ounce of fight left, or spirit to contest the point, which, in the matter of sheer argument, the German might have won, being a logician by temperament and only a fighter by necessity. So they decided to toss for it. They had only one coin between them, and that was a crooked sixpence, the treasured property of McQuirk. The coin spun high in the air, fell in a crevice, and was never seen again. That concludes Chapter 20 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of Section 10. Section 11 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 21, 22 and 23. Chapter 21. Death and Glory. On the night of the Great Push, pitiless cataracts of rain drenched and drenched again the British Army. Pinkerton's trench was knee-deep in thick and evil-smelling ooze. The carefully cherished furniture and household utensils in Captain Crabtree's dugout were half of them afloat and half sunk fathoms deep, so that Captain Crabtree's servant, diving for his master's famous frying pan, was all but drowned in his unfruitful search for that invaluable objet de déjeuner. Captain Crabtree hauled him out of the quag by his heels. "Unfortunately for me," he said, "they do not award the Bronze Medal of the Royal Humane Society for acts of conspicuous valour in this campaign. Otherwise... But what about my breakfast, Smithers? I object to fighting upon an empty stomach, and this, being Thursday, is eggs and bacon day, oh Smithers." "Yes, sir," spluttered Private Smithers, shaking himself like a half-drowned terrier. "And some of our friends across the way are actually having fried sausages for breakfast. I can smell 'em. Again to the breach, valiant Smithers, for the salving of our submerged pan." Smithers, who was a bit of a wag, let fly a tremendous sneeze, which burst like shrapnel round about him. "Beg pardon, sir," says he, "but don't you think we might try fishing for it, sir? Rasher on a bent pin, sir. Might get a rise that way." Captain Crabtree laughed, as he always did, at the pleasantries of his men, being a good-humoured young gentleman, and therefore immensely popular with the crowd. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be much good, Smithers," he said gravely. "Fryin' pans aren't risin' to that lure just now. And, besides, there's other fish to fry, or I'm very much mistaken." Captain Crabtree was right. At that very moment came the warning cry, "On smoke helmets!" "Thought I was correct," muttered the young captain. "They're turning on the gas. Now, my merry goblins all, On with the mask, every mother's son of you, and let joy be unconfined." There was a rush and a scrambling amid the slush. In pale streaks of amber and pearl, dawn was heralding her awakening in the cold and sullen eastern sky. But there was no glamour in the picture. The sodden earth seemed to sob under the mournful dirge of the wind which carried to our mud-bound worthies in the British trenches none of the sweet things that the early morning ought to bring, but the pale odour of death, the sickening scent of decay. It carried, also, in a slow-moving haze, yellow and thick like a London fog, the German gas cloud, the cloud of death. Beating, beating were the wings of the morning, but there was a knell in the sound of them. They were the carrion pinions of the aasvogel. The wind was shifty and uncertain, now favouring us, and now friendly to the poison-laden gas bags of the Germans. "Lamp-lighters forward!" That was our cry, and amid the whine of the bullets and the snarl of shell, our lamp-lighters switched our own gas on. There was much confusion in the early glimmer, and not a little doubt as to what would happen in our forward trenches, for here were assembled, all excited and athrob, many hundreds of our London "terriers," the Saturday night soldiers, who have been, more often than not, laughed at as such. Would these clerks, shop boys, warehousemen, drapers, butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers, aye, and even tailors, stand it? That was the question. Captain Crabtree, from his observation post at the Saphead, thought he detected some sign of wavering in the ranks. "What do you make of 'em, Pinky?" said he to our mud-plastered hero. "Full of beans, sir," promptly replied Private Pinkerton. "I'm not so sure," muttered the captain, shaking his head, now hideously masked against asphyxiation. "And look at the blasted fog rollin' up to 'em." "London particular, sir," said Pinky. "It's their element, just like home. Better leave 'em to it, sir." Then whoomp, the British big guns began their Wagnerian overture. Whoomp, the distant batteries of the Germans replied, and their shells came loping overhead. Pew, pew, pew. Round and about they burst, sometimes with a shattering roar, and sometimes with a hideous squelching noise when they plugged into the mud and the slime. Thus the battle opened in the dim half-light, crepuscular and uncanny. For well nigh an hour the duel raged and roared. Suddenly came the long-awaited for lull. The whistle squealed, like the distant screech of a boatswain's pipe, squealed for the charge. But the 'prentice boys of London still wavered, or seemed to waver, in the increasing rack of vapour. Then it was that Piper McQuirk tore off his goblin visor, utterly heedless of all the gasometers of Germany, clapped his chanter to his lips, took a mighty breath of poison fumes enough to choke a dozen men, and let out with, "The Campbells are coming! Hurrah! hurrah!" And so he played, this great and brave piper, marching up and down the crest of the trench, heedless of the bullets that sang round him like wasps, heedless and unharmed. It was a sight for the gods. A rattling cheer went up. "Down, you damn fool of a Highlander!" roared a voice, and down in the mud rolled the giant piper, and the music of his pipes trailed off into a whining sort of dirge, for all the world like the last expiring squeak of that once famous penny toy, the dying pig. Bully for M'Quirk! 'Twas no chance bullet of the Hun that smote him down, but the leaping charge of our own boys, the Saturday Night Soldiers from London town. And at the head of them ran, or rather floundered through the mud, a bandy-legged little tailor from Poplar, with his needle fixed, and that needle a well vaselined bayonet. For the first time, surely, in our island story, a tailor led the charge. A decimal part of a man, as we are all led to picture him, but this decimal every bit as true steel as ever came out of British forge. All the boys knew him, and laughed at him, and chaffed him, as old scissors. "My God!" said M'Quirk, as he sat up in the mud, gasping at the sight. "If it is ne'er that wee bit snip leading the assault! Did ye ever? And look at the bullets whipping through his bandies. Should I ever wear the breeks, 'tis mysel' that'll be measured by old scissors, should he come through this circus, for the finest pair of pepper and salts as ever paraded, with twa legs inside them, along Prince's Street of bonny Edinburgh town." The London boys ploughed on across this arid fenland, where the fight in the Big Push was staged, mile upon mile of dismal, binding quagmire, with no more cover than would serve for a tom-cat on the stalk. Too mud-encumbered to run, the Saturday Nighters simply made a parade of it, marching many of them to certain death, with their rifles on their shoulders, songs on their lips. "If the sergeant's drunk your rum, never mind. If the sergeant's drunk your rum, never mind. He's entitled to a drop, but he's drunk the blasted lot. If the sergeant's drunk your rum, never mind." The Poplar and Stepney Royal Standbacks sang this inspiring hymn as they charged the barbed wire guarding the first line of German trenches. They were ripping and snipping and hacking at it when the deadly machine guns enfiladed them. "Sounded like some blight o' tearing calico," muttered a wounded Tommy with half a dozen holes in him, to another wounded boy who had escaped with only 4. "That's you, Bill," came the retort from the blood-stained lips. "Always talking shop. Why don't you give the under linen department a rest?" "Couldn't help it, old pal. Reminded me of home." And with half a chuckle and half a sigh, the heroic haberdasher turned his face to the cold grey mud and died. Striding along amid the dead and the dying, Piper M'Quirk reached the barbed wire, upon and under which many of our gallants had fought their last fight in this world. He found the bandy-legged tailor of Poplar hooked up on a section of it, arms spread out and head down like a scarecrow in a wheat field. He was still alive, but sorely mangled. The piper plucked him tenderly from the cruel barbs, and, folding him in his arms as gently as a mother with her child, carried him a full 2 miles across the bloody plain to the village of L something. Here the tail end of the great fight was still ebbing. The last of the Germans were being driven out with hot nickel and cold steel, and all who were left of the French population were out in the streets welcoming with shouts of joy and streaming tears the entry of the brave, the glorious English. Here, too, McQuirk found his old friend and ally with the charmed life, almost unrecognisable in his clinging suit of filth and grime, Private William Pinkerton. Pinky still, but Pinky sad and sorrowful, for he was bending over the dying figure of Sergeant Major Singleton. "Done in this time," said old Pants, breathing hard. "It was them damned machine guns. That cussed rheumatism. I heard it comin', but couldn't get down quick enough. But I don't complain. We've had a pretty good time, and I've tried me damnedest to be a father to you blighters. A good time. A pretty good." He spoke no more. A ragged dog, with a rapscallion tail and a woebegone countenance, crept up, apparently from nowhere, and licked the cold, limp hand of the old Sergeant Major. It was Swanker the Invincible. That concludes Chapter 21 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 22, The Homecoming of Bill Bailey. This was Piper McQuirk's great day. His spirit soared. His heart was in the Highlands. He declares that it was his greedy swallowing of mighty draughts of the German gas which accomplished his prowess, and which inspired him with the ardour to pipe with such wonderful success the London 'prentice boys out of their trenches, to the sublime charge which meant so much for the great push. "Another lungful of the gasification," said he, "and it's mysel' that would have soared like the eagle of the Andes. It's food and drink, haggis and Delmore sauce, is that German gas to me, laddie." With Pinkerton and the remnants of "the boys," he was now in the long straggling highway of the village of L something. The streets were wrecked, half the houses were down, nearly all the roofs were stripped by shell fire, and the dead and the dying were so thickly strewn round about that at every step one stumbled among them. But for all that, there was an atmosphere almost of hilarity about the place. The inhabitants streamed out of what remained of their homes, dancing and singing around the English soldiers, kissing them, garlanding their heads with flowers, and making special pets of the Highlanders. Piper McQuirk's sandy thatch was crowned with a wreath of chrysanthemums. The maids danced a gay fandango around him. He had one of them on each arm. They were the prettiest. Be sure McQuirk would see to that. "Allons," they cried, "allons, lead us through the town to the Café of the Flowers of the Forest, where Madame Le Bon is even now preparing an ocean of soup beyond shore for the warming of the souls of the mighty English. Lead us, great and glorious Tamas, to the magic music of La Cornemuse." This was business to the heart of the giant Scot. He formed the encircling crowd as best he could in fours, and, tuning up the faithful cornemuse once again to concert pitch, blew valiantly the opening bars of Halen Laddie. "Give 'em the word to march, Pinky," he cried, "and fall in yourself with the second bonniest, and there shall be such a procession as never was sin me rival at the pipes, the pied gentleman o' Hamlin, and he was ne'er so dusty at the Strathspey. March it all the kiddies of the tune to Gloryland in the deep bowels of the mountain of Never Was." "En avant!" cried Pinkerton, and thus to the whirling music of Sandy McQuirk, and to the cheers and the laughter of the tired but still merry London boys grouped around, the march began. Far up in a glimmer of blue sky, a questing taube, so high as to be almost invisible, saw the sportive throng and tossed its flowers from cloudland as a tribute. The blooms he scattered were bombs, but his aim was bad, and they burst far away amid a heap of the German dead, adding only the mockery of mutilation to their stark and twisted forms. He was seen from afar by a British hawk, chased, fought, outmanoeuvred, and finally brought down with a smash close by. But the gay procession went on, unheeding, to the heartening skirl of Highland Laddie. This swift fate of a roving murderer, sky high one moment, and a pitiable smother of blood and twisted wire and torn pinions the next, was just an incident, an unconsidered item in the day's work in a village in whose streets it had become the custom to walk with death daily, and unafraid. En avant! Along the stricken streets this gay throng moved, and still the piper played. But at a turn in the road the music suddenly stopped, the procession wavered, the shouts and the happy laughter died away, and with blanched faces the girls cried in terror, "Les Allemands!" To the astonishment of McQuirk, to the utter bewilderment of Private Pinkerton, to the consternation of the women and girls, there appeared, not 100 paces away, another procession, a slow marching throng of 40 or 50 enormous Huns, moving at the goose step, grave, absurd, and solemn. Pinkerton noticed, to his relief, that they were unarmed. Anyway, they had with them neither rifle nor bayonet. No particular air of aggression marked their movement, which seemed to be not so much deliberate as forced. Nor did the light of conquest shine from their eyes, which were leaden and sullen. They appeared to be convoying something, a sort of palanquin in their midst, over which 4 stalwart forms bent subserviently, as a hidden voice from under the palanquin, or whatever it might be, bade them either advance or linger. Now and again one of the foremost 4 would straighten himself suddenly as though some sciatic twinge had smote him. It was altogether an incomprehensible scene. Neither Pinkerton nor McQuirk could make anything of it. Slowly, slowly, in massed formation, the mysterious Hun procession advanced. Nearer and nearer they came to McQuirk's rival pilgrimage of joyousness, now mute and wondering. What could it be? What did it mean? Then Pinky heard, from the midst of the surly grey-coated throng, a voice he seemed somehow to remember, a voice reminding him of home, far away. "Whoa, mare! Steady on there! Go easy, you with the Ark of the Covenant! Gently, gently, easy over the stones! Ah, you would ye? Then take that!" There was a swift movement from under the half-hidden palanquin, whereat one of the foremost bearers leapt forward with a howl of agony. The Ark of the Covenant collapsed, the ranks of the unwilling Huns opened, and there was disclosed a picture at which Pinkerton staggered to behold, staggered, rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't dreaming, and then almost collapsed in a weak cackle of laughter. For there, on the tip-down palanquin, squatted a figure he remembered, with a swift pang of merriment, only too well. Like the Persian emperor of the Eastern tale, with his legs interwoven under him, like a nodding mandarin on the road to Pekin on market day, like a grim carven Buddha in his dim temple, with priests and acolytes around him, sat and grinned and nodded, prodding now and again as the spirit moved him, with a nasty-looking sword bayonet, the plump and quivering hindquarters of the Hun who happened to be nearest him. Like all this, and yet like nothing else in this world or the next, sat Mr. William Bailey, soldier cracksman and hero of Thornycroft. He was blood-stained and halt, with a ready-made tourniquet twisted above a bayonet jab in the calf of his leg. He was shockingly dirty and bedraggled, but there was no mistaking that insolent eye and the impertinence of demeanour which accompanied it. Besides, no one but Mr. Bailey, save perhaps Lord Kitchener or the late Julius Caesar at a pinch, would have the impudence to lead by the nose, at his imperious bidding, a very considerable chunk of the Crown Prince's army, single-handed and solitary, with only a rusty sword bayonet between him and Kingdom Come. The fact that he went one better than that, and not only led them, but made them carry him, was a sterling tribute to the spirit that lies smouldering in the breasts of the British professional classes, from bishops upwards to burglars. "Halt, you expletives!" says Mr. Bailey, in a voice which none dared disobey. "Halt, or I'll skin yer alive, every mother's son of yer! Halt, you double M-stitch blitherin' Huns!" The expletives halted to a man. "Halt, and make way for the rival circus! Canterbury pilgrims they look like, or maybe it's a weddin', or why, Jerusalem bloomin' artichokes, if it ain't old Pinky! 'Ot cakes, 'ot coffee and hallelujahs! The maddest millionaire as ever wasted his riotous youth squattin' in a trench when he might be blowin' of hisself out every day and all day on the fat of the land, giblet soup and caramels off gold plate and jewelled in every hole. What in the name of thunder is all this?" cried Pinkerton. "A little all of yours truly," replied the militant burglar with a grin. "Allow me to introduce you, Mr. Pinkerton, my prisoners. My prisoners, Mr. Pinkerton." He swung round angrily to the 45 Huns who were standing by, sullen and mute, with faces as blank as a workhouse wall. "'Tention, you mud-livered skunks! 'Tention and salute, or your next moments will be your last. Salute!" They obeyed half-heartedly. "As you were!" roared Mr. Bailey. "And now again, smarter than last time, or" he brandished his terrible sword bayonet "you'll know the reason why. Try and stuff it into your fat heads that I'm von Hindenburg." "Your prisoners? That lot? How in the world did you manage to rope 'em in?" asked Pinkerton. "How, when they might have eaten you, boots and all?" "Oh, dead easy," replied Mr. Bailey off-handedly. "Came across 'em all in a bunch in the second bloomin' trench beyond the barbed wire. Made a noise like the household cavalry on the Giddy Hooroo, and they upped with their maulers in a jiffy. Said they'd got wives and 100 of kids at home. Went on their marrowbones they did, and implored me not to plug 'em. And me, bleedin' all the time like a stuck pig, with 6 inches of bayonet through me calf, and as near a goner as well, anyway, the sight of their scared faces, and the fact that here before me was the biggest blighted crib I'd ever cracked, and I've cracked a few in my time, put new life into me, so to speak. Then I told 'em as how the Whitechapel Wanderers would be along in 2 minutes, Jack the Rippers, 1,500 strong, that they never took no prisoners under no consideration whatever, wives and families, grandmothers and babies in arms notwithstanding. Nevertheless, and that somehow settled their ash. So they come along like lambs. And here we are, all alive and kicking, Pinky, me lad. Have you heard from home lately, old cock? And Lady Angelina? A rare slasher, that little bit of goods, eh?" "Do you realise what you've been and gone and done, you heroic blooming hooligan?" said Pinkerton. "It's the Victoria Cross, 10 to 1. Well, if I had it in my hands this very moment, do you know what I'd do with it?" said Mr. William Bailey. "I'm that blasted dry that I'd swap it, here and now, for a stiff pot of 4.5." That concludes Chapter 22 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire. The section continues with Chapter 23, Cupid All Armed. Cupid all armed, a certain aim he took at a brave burglar throned in the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow. Adapted from A Midsummer Night's Dream. With the attitude of a king disposing of his captives for sacrifice, Mr. Bailey handed over his 45 Hun prisoners to a small guard chosen from the poplar parishes, and, retaining 4 gloomy Brunswickers for his own personal bearers, climbed once more into his palanquin and joined up with M'Quirk's glad pilgrimage en route for Madame Le Bon's aromatic soup kitchen. One of the laughing girls wreathed for him a crown of chrysanthemums. The piper changed his tune from a lament to a pibroch, and to those inspiring strains the merry crowd moved on. The remainder of the day was sheer rest and gladness. The heroes enthroned were Mr. Bailey, Sandy M'Quirk, and Private Pinkerton, And what exactly happened after the soup feast and the sausages and the red wine laced freely with adulation, not one of the three can put his Bible oath to. Except that Mr. Bailey declared that it beat cockfighting and cream cheese. That McQuirk recalled out of the glorious haze certain romantic Saturday night adventures along the Lothian road in his callow and gingery youth, and that Pinky thought a lot, but wisely, and to the manner of him, held his peace, so retaining that reputation for wisdom that many a wiser man who wags his head more than his tongue has kept to his dying day. "Well," said Mr. Bailey, lazily and softly slumberous, after the soup and trimmings had been disposed of. "Well, and what do you think of things? Funny old world, what? And ain't we just having the time of our lives? If it wasn't for the censor and the Criminal Investigation Department, and for fear of puffing the gaff on old pals, I'd set down and write straight away to the Honourable Secretary of the United Burglars and Bank Busters Association Unlimited, such a recruiting letter to be read in public meeting assembled to the boys, as would knock Earl Derby's mechanical love letter composing typewriter into a cocked hat." "And why not?" said Pinkerton. "A few words straight from the horse's mouth would be more than balm in Gilead in Blighty just now. Try it." The battle-scarred burglar shook his rough head. "Circumstances of orthography," he said sadly, "over which I have no bloomin' control, Pinky. I'm at no loss for eloquence. It's always a bubblin' up like the crystal spring in the Band of Hope. But when it comes to settin' of it down in black and white, I'm about as useful at it as a crocodile is at skirt dancin'." "No matter," said Pinkerton consolingly. "There's no need for literature in these swift days. We've reached a pitch, old pal, where the sword is mightier than the pen." Mr. Bailey removed his chrysanthemum wreath from his troubled brow, like a weary, oppressed king, and placed it experimentally upon his cocked-up foot, where he gazed upon it with his head on one side, and, addressing the chrysanthemums rather than his companion, said, with a certain air of unexpected shyness, "Don't you believe it. If I could only write, if I could just give expression in indelible pencil or ink or burnt match heads, any old thing as 'ud make a mark. If I could only record in black and white the thoughts as well up in my bosom, struggling for the light." "Man, you're drunk," broke in Pinkerton brutally. Mr. Bailey kicked the wreath from his toe, caught it deftly as it fell, and replaced it on his head. "Not drunk," he said sorrowfully, "only desperate, heart-sick, jiggered up. I s'pose it's something like old Charlie Chaplin bursting with sorrow because he all the time wants to play Lady Isabel. Dead, and never called me mother, alas, instead of spending all his natural in falling down open cellar flaps. I'd live in a trench up to my neck in corpsey water. I'd do any bloomin' thing if I could only write like—" He smote his breast, sighing stormily. "Well?" murmured Pinky encouragingly. "If you could only write like what? Out with it, my heartsick hero." Like her," whispered Mr. Bailey, and for the first time in his life something surged over his face which, had it been washed, might have been taken, or mistaken, for a blush. War makes strange bedfellows. In moments such as these of respite, when the eagle of death is not screaming overhead, and earthquake and eclipse are stilled, the most solemn confidences are exchanged between soul and soul. The corkscrew of circumstance extracts the cork of secrecy with an explosive suddenness from the most jealously wired magnum of humanity. "Like her," said the burglar in a tone of reverence, nay, of absolute awe. And plunging his hand within his brave and gallant breast, he withdrew therefrom a packet of mud-stained letters tied together with a piece of tarred string. Without a word he tossed them over to Pinkerton, leaned forward, and buried his face in his grimy hands, rocking gently to and fro. The cork was out. Plop! One glance at the stained and splashed documents, secretly watered, perhaps, by furtive, burglarious tears, was sufficient to acquaint Pinky with the tragedy of the situation. There was no mistaking that bold, highly ornamented hand, that heavy, passionate underlining of certain intimate words. Even the colour of the paper, faded to almost invisible pink. Even the nearly obliterated scent of violets still clinging to the packet, in spite of its long and intimate nestling within the faithful bosom of Mr. Bailey, advertised the identity of the fair scribe who had spent so many anxious but delicious hours in unburdening her soul to her lonely soldier hero somewhere on the far-flung battlefront. They were the letters of Lady Angelica. "You can read 'em, Pinky," said Mr. Bailey hoarsely. "The old bloomin' lot. Don't mind me." One glance through the packet was enough, without even untying the knotted cable of tarred string which bound this languorous catalogue of sweet nothings together. "No," replied Pinkerton, and a great spirit of resolution shone in his amiable face. "No. Some things are too sacred for the curious eyes of casual acquaintanceship, even friendship, and this is one of 'em. Far be it from me to break into the shrine where young love lies enthroned. Take back your billet doux," and he tossed the packet over to the crouching, love-lorn burglar. "It wasn't my fault," declared Mr. Bailey, letting out another sigh from the bottom of his heart. "I only told her when we was together down at your place at Thornycroft that I'd got no friends in the wide, wide world. Same as I told you, mate, in a bust of confidence arter that there heart cake razzle with the Onward Christian Soldiers lot. And Lady Angelica ups and says, 'What, are you one of them lonely soldiers?' she says. 'Well, you won't be quite so lonely, Mr. Bailey,' she says, 'when you get back to the front, for I'm going to cheer you up,' she says, in that nice friendly way of hers, which no doubt you've observed. 'Oh, it'll be killin',' says she, and her eyes lit up like fireworks. and when I says I'd as soon had my leg blowed off by a Jack Johnson as pulled by a high-born lady, she ups again and apologises like the true sport she is. I didn't mean to pull your leg, Mr. Bailey, she says, and I didn't mean it exactly when I said it'd be killin'. Let's say that it'll be romantic, Mr. Bailey, she says, and very handsome she looks in makin' the amend honorary. And that's how it began. For weeks and months Lady Angelina has been sending them epistles along, and I've been replying. It began sort of clandestine like, in a manner of speaking, and her ladyship's opening bombardment was a trifle frosty and formal. But since then, Pinky, and this is between me and you and the gatepost, since then the temperature's riz, and there's a sort of mutual understanding. But I thought you said you couldn't write, said Pinkerton. Well, and what of that? Replied the burglar. I just took a leaf out of the book of General French, who keeps dogs to do his barking and private secretaries to conduct his correspondence. I could do my own barking, but polite letter writing being out of my element, I got Private Pickles, who's a salesman in a sausage and mash shop when he's at home, but a particular neat hand at turning a phrase, to act as my amonu, whatever you call it, and me and him together worked the business out. I'll give you my early bird. I've kept copies of some of the best and brightest in case. You never know your luck. And then, last Monday week, the bottom tumbled out of the whole bloomin' show. The inspiration having temporarily run dry, young Pick strolled out in the moonlight to look for ideas. It so happened that the Germans were also out, looking for something else, and poor Pickles never come back. And there you are, no letters from me, and never a word from Lady Angelina. 10 to 1 she thinks I'm pipped. What's a poor devil to do, anyway? And once more Mr. Bailey, looking like a dejected and demoralised Bacchus after a wild night out, buried his face in his hands. His crown of chrysanthemums slipped sideways. Pinkerton gazed upon him sadly. Was it a tear he saw trickling through those tense fingers? He was not quite sure, but as he gazed he heard the soldier, lonely once more and forlorn, sigh. And there was a world of sadness in that sigh. That night the home post came in, and as the Royal Engineers orderly handed out the long-expected packets to the men as they filed past, he called out the name and number of Private William Bailey. "Another thieving tailor's bill," said Mr. Bailey, as he unconcernedly, and with an absolutely expressionless face, crammed the letter, unopened, into his pocket. Pinky saw him, and thought it rather strange that a tailor should send in his little bill enclosed in a pink envelope, redolent of the smell of violets. But never a word said he. That concludes chapter 23 of Private Pinkerton Millionaire, and is also the end of section 11, and is also the end of Private Pinkerton Millionaire by Harold Ashton.